Liked by the sound of violence.
And I'm thinking, how do we get in on this? And I have a program I've now come up with called whitening. And the whitening program is 3 steps, very simple. It'll handle all these problems at once. This is how we fix all the white people that cause this. 1, we go to them and tell them, you are white. Remember always, you are white. They're not white and you are white. So be aware that you are white. 2, no matter how precarious your situation is, no matter how on the edge of poverty, what problems you have, you're better off than they are because you are white. And 3 is, the 3rd step, very important, is that because of that, because you're white, there are people that are not white that should be where you are. So remember that. Now, none of that's going to help. It's actually going to make things worse. But that's the beauty of the program. The beauty of the program is it's going to make things worse, so they got to hire us for even more white.
Oh!
And it's a self-replicating thing. So,
and this thing, it dovetails quite nicely with a book that I've been working on for quite a while. It'll be out next week. It's called Whitey Fragile.
right.
It's totally different. It's totally different from white fragility.
You better not have stole my UFC analogy in that book, because I have a whole analogy for my whitening, which goes very well with your whitey fragility, is that UFC, the situation we're on is a lot like the UFC with Dana White competing against all the promotions, which I call pride. So you got white and you got pride. And we have to figure a way to get those together under one umbrella.
I didn't see that coming. I did not see. Yeah, you got it.
What up, everybody? Welcome back to yet another Sound of Violence podcast. We are an MMA podcast. Let you know the MMA podcast you should catch, skip, and can't miss each week. And we are finally back to our regular format, which it seems like it's been almost forever since we've actually done. I am Pulver, and I am here yet again with my co-host, Chris Madaffer. How goes it, man?
Surviving this sweltering heat. I know I can't talk because it's worse where you're at.
It'd be hot in San Diego. I'm in Santee, and it was 93 today.
Yeah, it feels like it's about maybe low to mid 80s in my room here. I can't tell, but it's more humid more than anything, so it sucks regardless.
Yeah, it's definitely rough right now for sure. Yeah, man, it's been a crazy. I've honestly, luckily we got central air up in this bitch. Although I'm gonna go broke using it, yeah, it's definitely been a rough couple days. It's been a crazy couple weeks. I guess off the top, I should say that we will have our commentary track that we recorded on Sunday with our buddy Trevor coming out. But I'm still working on editing that because Trevor's audio is, of course, at a different hertz than ours. So I'm having to fucking change it's some technical bullshit. But that will be coming out probably Sunday or so. We'll have a commentary allegedly for the movie for the first Expendables movie. Although a lot of that was just us hanging out drinking and making Redigator jokes. So
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I look forward to that. But before we get into any of that, Chris, why don't you start us off with our Papa Vodka presents, Doug Stanhope presents, our Super Real Totally Not Fake sponsors.
So I got...
we're doing a shot to begin with, aren't we? So here, cheers.
Yeah.
I got my sweet alligator shot.
So what are you taking a shot of? I know I can't see you.
I am taking a shot of Costco vodka, the American version.
That's good.
Kirkland, shouts to you.
So usually, I mean, you can take shots of this spirit. I never do, but I like gin a lot.
Oh, dude,
so
it's so weird to take shots of gin.
Yeah, so I'm taking a shot of Aviation Gin.
Ooh, are you a big fan of Turtle from Entourage?
What's up?
Are you a big fan of Turtle from Entourage?
Because that I don't is he
I
part
think
of that?
that's his gin,
Because
yeah.
I know it's Ryan Reynolds' gin.
Oh, okay, maybe that's who it is.
Yeah, no, it's Ryan Reynolds' gin because
Oh,
I
wow.
see him promote it all the time. And you know, it's actually very good. I made some gin and tonics the other day.
Nice.
I'm not. It's legitimately good, and it's really good for the price. Got it for like $28. I think like at Vaughn's. I think it was on a sale
It's not terrible.
or a special, but yeah, it's solid. So I
That's
can't
what's
see
up.
you, so I guess you'll just say cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
Also, I'm chasing mine with Red Bull because it's not my first shot tonight.
And I don't ever chase shots because I am soulless. So
Well, actually, chasing shots is the dangerous way to drink shots because then you can take way more shots. The smart way to take shots is to not chase them, and then it disincentivizes you from taking two. But since we are not here just to talk about shots, Chris, are you drinking a beer or anything today?
I am a very
Since we're recording this Friday
good
night
beer.
again, finally, we're finally back on a Friday night schedule, which I missed the fuck out of.
Yeah, none of us enjoyed doing morning
Oh, dude, Saturday morning cards or Sunday evening cards?
because
or-
Saturday morning cards sucked
shows
because
are
it showed
rough.
everyone how much of an alcoholic you and I are.
Well, especially me, like showing up at fucking 9 a.m. with a beer, like trying to not die from my hangover.
I do remember one time I did have two of those like Bloody Mary cocktail drinks, and it caught up to me. Like
By the way,
40
the
minutes
phrase
later,
cocktail drinks makes you sound like a 14-year-old.
cutwater drinks. Canned.
I
cocktails.
got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, canned cocktails.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the people listening because I know
Yeah.
what you meant, but
That is funny though. Yeah, now that you say that. But yeah, I remember like I had two of those. I'm like, oh, I'm fine. And then like an hour later at work, oh shit! Right as I'm talking to my boss.
yeah. Luckily, your boss is cool as shit.
Yeah, if he had a problem with it, he would have said something. So. But yeah, anyways, the beer I'm drinking is really fucking good. I'm pretty sure it's brand new. It's from Modern Times. It's called Laser Rain.
Nice. I have not heard about that yet.
It is a
hazy, I'm guessing, because they
Is it
love them
Goza?
some hazies.
It is a
Ooh.
Goza, and it's with guava, cucumber, lime, sea salt. The adjuncts are
Dude, that sounds good.
it's two-row wheat malt, flaked wheat. Dude, it's fucking great.
That sounds awesome.
It's just really good. It's just
Also,
really good.
big shouts to Modern Times, too, because they're one of the breweries that are brewing Black is Beautiful, the collaboration with Withered Souls Brewing, which is like
That's
a
right.
pro BLM beer that a lot of San Diego breweries are doing. I know them, AleSmith, a bunch of people are doing that, so it's very cool.
Yeah, and they have these in 4-packs. I got the single because about Jimbo's is they separate them. So I got the single can because I just kind of want to see if I like it first. And yeah, dude, I'm
Well, and
definitely.
Gozas are like, because of the salt content,
And yeah,
if
just so you
it's
can
too
see,
salty,
it's
they
a
can
very bright lime green can.
yeah.
So
That's
kind of hard to miss.
That's awesome, man. I am drinking kind of like a weird. I feel like your beer and my beer would mix deliciously together if we put them in if we blended them. Because I am drinking the Grimm, Grimm is how you spell the name of the brewery. I think they're a contract brewery in that they brew out of somebody else's actual.
So a nano brewery. Or
No,
just
not
someone
even
brew for
nano.
them?
They're contract. So I think they actually brew out of somebody else's setup. And they're kind of like Brewery West was, at least for a while. I don't know if they're actually legit yet. But like a lot of those like contract breweries where they'll go to another brewery and they'll say, hey, here's what we want to make. Can you make this for us? And we'll give you a cut of it or whatever. And I think that's the case with Grimm, but I'm not positive. However, I know they do a ton of these kind of like either combination of like milkshake IPAs or like lactose sours. So this, for example, is the Cherry Raspberry Pop, which is a pop sour ale with tart cherries, raspberries, vanilla, and milk sugar. And it looks fucking delicious. I know they do
That sounds
really
good.
Yeah, they do really like good sours in that like they're not like long. I wouldn't say they're anywhere near like a Firestone, like Creaky Bones. Like they're not doing long aged barrel sours. I don't know that they're kettle souring or if they're actually long aging. But you don't get Oh, that's really good. But you don't get any of that like pukey butyric acid taste that you get with some of the kettle sours. So
Yeah, that's what I'm just not a fan of some of those.
You know, one place I'm not gonna say the name of the place because I like them a lot, and I know that actual location is already shutting down if it hasn't already. But there is a certain brewery on Carmel Mesa Boulevard that has some pretty pukey kettle sours.
Oh, they're already closed, so it's all good.
Are they?
I was actually
to be fair, they have another location, so I still won't do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. I was gonna say their
really
name, but I'm glad.
And they're really cool. I actually love that brewery, and they make the. I almost said the name of the beer that they almost wanted a GBF medal for. They make some incredible stouts. I believe it's a stout, right? It's not a porter.
Are you talking about the one that was next?
Yeah, the one. Yeah.
Yeah. They make an incredible porter. It's actually
it's a porter.
as,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a.
Yeah. I won't say the name either.
We'll say it's an adjunct porter, kind of like.
Actually, I don't even know. Porter. I don't even remember the name of it. Actually, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, not important. But yeah, there's some of the Grim stuff. Like, I'm not a big milkshake IPA fan. I know it's a big craze. Like, and some of them are good, but most of them are pretty bland. They just feel kind of chalky. Because they're like somewhere between a hazy IPA and a little bit sweet IPA. It's weird. It's a weird thing. But yeah, this Grim cherry raspberry pop is delicious. But anyway, Chris, we are not a booze podcast, despite me trying to turn us into a booze podcast every week subtly. It's not so subtle. But, well, who knows? This sport will maybe turn us into a booze podcast eventually. But why don't we go ahead and get into format? I guess we should start off with the MMA podcast news, which, holy fuck, dude, was there a lot of news this week for the fact that half the people in MMA are getting laid off every other week.
It's not a good time to be. It's not a good time to be a journalist in really any medium.
Yeah.
Except unless you're covering politics and that spectrum.
It's bad for especially sports writers. Like for example, I believe Fernanda. Sorry, I totally butchered her name. Fernanda Praches. I believe she just moved to no longer employed, but she's doing like some part-time work for The Athletic, which leaves I believe I haven't checked in on this, but I believe it's just Ben Fowlkes and Sean Al-Shadi left, right?
Oh, is Chad Dundas not? He's not. No, because he mentioned
too.
on co-main he's gone. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
And Josh Gross is gone, which will come up this week as well.
Yep.
Actually, that's a great segue because Josh Gross's show, The Outsiders, with Jeff Sherwood, founder of SureDog.com, returned this week, which was a fantastic podcast that existed on the Between Rounds radio network on Patreon that TJ Santos was running. It still is running. But it was very cool to see them return this week, and we will definitely get into that in a bit. Some other big news, RIP to the current state of the Loudmouth Breakdown show, which was hosted by Max Friedman and everyone's favorite, oh God, I know he's a European postman. Where the fuck is Marcel from? I'm starting to have a panic attack about which European country Marcel is from. Anyway, everyone's favorite European postman, Marcel, is on that show. And unfortunately, Max Friedman had to step away. If you guys might know him as Trademark MMA on Twitter, he's got a bunch of job stuff going on and life stuff, which, dude, I think everybody gets right now. I think everybody... Like, it's hard to hold it against anybody from stepping away from shows right now because, like, man, it's so hard to stay motivated with, especially anybody that has a day job right now. Like, it's, I totally get it. So big shouts to Max Friedman. I always liked that show, and yeah, sad to see him go, but hope we see him on future stuff down the line. And much love to that dude. Some new shows that came out this week. Chris, I know we'll get into it in a bit, but your boy, a.k.a. the winner of our Guest of the Year for last year, Pete Carroll, is back with The Bash. No longer Eurobash. It is now The Bash no longer on MMA Fighting, which makes me feel much better about covering it.
Likewise, I agree with that.
And I have outwardly said I'm a big Pete Carroll fan. He's a wild character, and like while I don't always fucks with Pete, I always fucks with Pete. I don't know how else to phrase it. You know what I mean? Like I don't always agree with Pete, but I'm a big Pete fan in that we need.
Well, he just brings like a good energy, just kind of whatever.
An energy and an honesty that, like, I mean, to be fair, he was one of the most honest people at MMA Fighting about like speaking out against things that would.
So did he part ways like amicably or like mutually, or they basically told him to fuck off because he was doing?
It's not fuck. It wasn't a fuck off at all. It's the same way everybody's been let go during the pandemic. Like, I think all these cuts are mostly all just financial related because MMA doesn't make any money for Vox. You know,
I thought you were gonna say, oh, they're telling him he is too good at his job, has too much credibility, so they had let him go.
Arguably, I would say that he's too good at his job and has too much credibility to stay at MMA Fighting, but MMA Fighting sure wouldn't say that.
Yeah. I thought it was great.
We'll get into it more, but I wanted to shout that out as part of the news. And then the last piece of news that I have, I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling real quick to make sure I'm not missing anything huge news-wise. Oh, I guess UFC 4, the EA game, comes out, or is announced tomorrow. And also, if you want to sign up for the closed beta, I believe you can do that. If you Google UFC 4 closed beta, you should be able to sign up for it.
Okay, I might have to check that out.
Yeah, I'm guessing the beta is going to drop tomorrow with the announcement. If they're smart, that's what they would do, is say on the broadcast, like, hey, if you sign up for the closed beta, we'll give you access, and we're starting access tonight, kind of thing. Or at least, like, in the next week or something, because they need test time. And I'm guessing it's a pretty done game, unlike the last time around. So that's something to keep an eye on. And then the last thing is Dan Tom and James Lynch and Dan Levy all announced that they are now on board with the Line Movement, which is a betting site, and they have started. James Lynch is going to be doing his interviews from there from now on, since he's no longer with the Score, which is a huge loss for the Score. Man, that is. I can't believe they would let. I mean, I'm guessing they have no option like most people right now, but it's crazy to give away the content that James Lynch produces. Did I say James Lynch? It's James Lynch, right? Oh, Jesus Christ! I always have a panic attack with James Lynch and Mike Lynch from the Corolla Show. From way
or
back
the director David Lynch.
Well, that too, yeah, because I love me some David Lynch. Pop Blue Ribbon. Anyway, okay. Right. I
just had some quick news. It's UFC related.
Oh, that's right. You had one too. Yeah.
It's coronavirus related. So Davison Figueiredo tested positive today. So.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I don't know when he's supposed to fight Joseph Benavidez.
Right. So that delays the belt that's never ever existed.
Yeah, it's closed the division now, right?
Can we all just acknowledge that DJ won that fight against Henry Cejudo, and that was the end of that division? Because, like, at this point, it feels like the best conclusion. It's like, what about the time where the guy won the belt off of a headbutt after that?
The news that I felt really bad about is, so Santiago Ponzinibbio, people wonder how come he hasn't been around. Apparently, he had gotten staph in his last fight, I think, which was against Gunnar Nelson, like back in late 2018.
Yeah, that was forever
ago. The staph infection led to him almost having to get his leg amputated.
Jeez.
He ended up fully recovering this year. He's been training again, healthy. Unfortunately, today, test positive for COVID-19. So he is
Hopefully he's okay then.
I hope he's all right. But
Brendan Schaub also put out a statement that staph doesn't exist. I don't know if you saw that.
I mean, he said the coronavirus didn't exist until he got it, so maybe
Brendan today, he's like, I got staph and I got over it, so it doesn't matter, bro. Who cares about staph? We should all just get staph.
Brendan Schaub's also a dumb fucking jock, so I don't...
He didn't say that.
Okay. See, that I would have...
I am 100... Dude, but it's the same fucking argument. Anyway.
He'd be like this. Oh, staph infection? Oh, for sure,
No,
dude. B
for,
or B.
for sure don't go outside if you're over 60,
Yeah.
B. But,
Yeah.
but B, listen, Brian, I know we didn't do everything wrong, B. I mean, Habib's dad died and he's 2 years older than you are, but also we didn't do anything wrong, B.
And then also, I fucking saw he had
What an idiot.
someone
What a
upload-
fucking... I'm sorry, we talked about this on the commentary. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to know our skip this week? It's always Brendan Schaub from now on. It's forever Brendan Schaub.
Someone on Reddit said they had a clip of him. It was like Brendan previewing, I don't know, Fight Island, and he what did he say? The way he was talking, someone says, and for the love of, from what I'll never understand, I don't understand how this guy gets paid money to talk when he clearly can't talk. And then someone will put anecdotes of like what he was saying, and he pronounces interesting. And it's like, God damn it, now that someone said that, I can't not hear that, because he just mumbles so goddamn much.
Oh, he is as a mushmouth motherfucker, because I am 100% one of them. Shouts out to the Diazes, who are also part of our clique. I absolutely slur words and mush everything together and fucking drag syllables out in weird ways, have weird accent tics. My dad was from Jersey, which I blame a lot of it on. I say orange and chocolate, shit like that. But what the fuck is, like, it just feels like Brendan Schaub never learned how to use his mouth correctly.
I mean, he did play football for most of his life, so he was already getting hit in the head before he started getting hit in the head even more.
Wow. Yeah.
So.
And also, like, I feel like no matter what age you IQ tested Brendan at, you always gonna come back with a disappointing result where you're like, ooh, maybe run or do some jumping jacks or something, bro. I don't know. I feel like we're being now just like a fucking cunt about it. So why don't we move on?
I don't know the guy personally, so I just think he's just kind of a dum-dum with his takes.
The problem is you heard Rogan. I guess you should address it at the top as well as part of the news. You heard Rogan's completely backed off of all the statements he made, right?
I mean, I think you texted me saying, "Hey, I'm watching or listening to Rogan with Jon Stewart."
Jon Stewart was the start of it because Jon Stewart is, of course, way smarter than Rogan, and like he would just like talk down Rogan to a point where like not even talk down to him, but like just make such salient points that you could see Rogan being like, "Yeah, I can't anti-vaxxer this. I don't know what to do." And then it was even more embarrassing during the Hannibal Buress one where like he essentially was just, well, here's the thing. So Rogan says in that episode do you have the text I sent to you?
God damn it.
It's all right. I know the gist of it. Essentially, in that episode with Hannibal Buress, do I have notes on that? I think I do. Way down here on my notes that I'm not even going to talk about later. Rogan says that he's no longer comfortable doing shows after he played Houston, and he's starting to say he doesn't want to get anyone sick, which is way different than how he was talking before the Houston show. And then in the middle of that, he randomly drops in the fact that, like, oh, also, I'm worried because my mother-in-law lives down the street and my wife is real angry about all this. And you're like, oh, you got chewed out by your wife, bro. That's why you are absolutely being a responsible adult now. It's because your wife is a responsible adult and she yelled at you until you're being a responsible adult. Brendan Schaub's wife definitely needs to fucking do. And also, it sounds like she probably did. Because also this week, Brendan Schaub's wife fucking came out and was like, or Brendan Schaub came out and was like, I didn't know I had to quarantine from my own family for 2 weeks. Which is like, first off, you said you did. So we can start there. Second off, oh, God. It's been a fun 2 weeks in MMA podcast, Chris. But now that we've gotten to all the horrible things that happened, we can get to all the good shit that happened because I don't know about you, but this is one of the best weeks I've ever experienced in MMA podcasting.
I mean, from the select podcasts I listened to and the ones you recommended to me that I did listen to, very enjoyable.
Dude, I had more podcasts than I had time to get to, and they were all fucking catches for me. Like, I could almost say any podcast I listened to over the last week and a half was absolutely a catch. Part of that is because we took the week off last week, and a big part of that was because between it being a slow week and because like podcasts drop off hard if they're not a big event happening. So between that and between just Chris and I needing a break since we're gonna have a long stretch here coming up, it was worth. I thought it was a good idea just for us to kind of refresh. But I cherry picked all the shows that were good in the meantime, which I sent you a couple of. But man, just over the last, I would say 10 days, there's been 100 good podcasts. So my list is super extensive this week. We will get into it. A lot of it I'm going to touch on briefly, but that does not mean it's not fucking incredible. It just means there's so much content we're going to cover in this episode that it's going to be a big one. So, Chris, why don't we get into format now that I blathered for fucking 80? Well, yeah, let's go with 80 minutes. It feels like that. And now that it's about 88 degrees, it feels like in this room, and you can see us both fucking sweating bullets already. Because shouts to San Diego weather. Why don't you tip your camera up a little bit and then tell us about...
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah. And then tell us about... That way we can see that dope SD logo on the hat. Shouts out to the Padres, who will never win anything ever because they're a San Diego sports team.
Hey, if they're going to win anything, it's going to be this year.
It's going to be the fake
60
season
games, and then
happening.
everyone's going to talk shit, and they're like, well, fuck you.
Dog,
and of course, they'll win, and we won't be able to go to the parade because coronavirus. So, yeah, that's the biggest sin. So, if they're going to win, it's going to be this year.
It would be the most San Diego sports team thing to win a 60-game season because that's when they're actually good, is about the first chunk of a season, and they just fail miserably like every other San Diego sports franchise.
And that the icing on the shit cake would be, oh, you want a parade? Well, you can't.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, enjoy your virtual parade, you dum-dums. Fucking Tony Gwynn's kid is gonna send in a fucking DM to you. Enjoy it. All right, so start things. Jesus Christ. Why do I have to make everything so fucking dark? So to start things off, Chris, why don't you start us off with the MMA podcast people will catch this week?
I have multiple catches, but I will.
Me too. And we might have some overlapping stuff too.
So the heavy hands that I marked as a catch, it was
episode 323 with Kyle.
Yes, this is the recap.
With the most British man in all of history, Kyle.
Yeah, very fucking cockney to get,
He's not cockney, and he'll fucking kill you for saying that.
Is it? Oh, it isn't cockney, huh?
No, he made a joke that he's cockney, and he's definitely not.
What the fuck is that?
I hope I'm not. I don't know English accents well enough, and I guarantee my DMs are going to be on fire with Kyle making fun of us after this.
Whatever.
Because full disclosure, before we talk about this,
that's American ignorance on my part.
Well, and also he made a joke about it too, which is probably why it came up. And also full disclosure, I have been talking Kyle in our DMs because Kyle's fucking hilarious, but 0% why Chris picked this, because Chris, you weren't talking to Kyle in our DMs, so
no,
dude, just a fun episode, right? Well, first off, he has a good Trump impression, which is real fucked up.
Yeah, that was I don't even call it fucked up. I just think it's funny.
You're right. It was only fucked up when Connor tried to start doing impressions because
it was interesting. Once I hear just Kyle's accent and him going, the fight was tremendous. Hooker versus Poirier, absolutely wonderful. A blast. Shit like that,
100%. And then you hear Connor speak, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real good. No, but overall, it's just a really good episode. Kyle, if you guys don't know, Kyle McLaughlin is who we're talking about over at the fight site. And he is, I like Kyle for a lot of reasons, but mostly just for the way he jabs the shit out of Connor. Just feels like he pokes him in the ribs the entire time.
Oh, my favorite one was
real good.
So Connor was trying to recap Perry and Gall, and where do you go for here? And he's like, excuse my shitty impression, but he's like, oh, clearly he's like, Mark Perry needs
I like
to
how you make him sound like Ringo.
Yeah, he's like, Mark Perry needs to fight Diego Sanchez. or Michelle Praceres. Is it Michelle Praceres? Is he the one that does all the flips?
Yeah.
Yeah, or that
Yo,
crazy ass.
that's a great point though. How good would that fight be?
I'm down because it's just Praceres doing flips and Mike Perry is like just yelling in anger and frustration.
I have the exact same take that Kyle does about that, which is like 100% Michelle Praceres is gonna light Mike Perry up with every single spinning flying kick he throws. Mike Perry will survive because he's a demon and a bad person, and then Mike Perry will just go on to absolutely bludgeon Michelle Praceres in the last minute and a half or whatever of the second round. And yeah, it's fucking hilarious. No, this whole episode, I mean, it's just a really good example of why I think Kyle and Connor are, Kyle, Connor, and Phil especially are like one of the funniest combinations in MMA podcasting right now, especially with Kyle as a guest, because Kyle just, he does the same thing Jordan Breen does, and that I feel like I pride myself on, which is maybe arrogant to say, but we are the kind of people who we just break format. Like, we can't go on a show and fit to a format, or maybe they can, I can't. But it seems like anytime they inject themselves into a show, like they have absolutely quality insight and they have absolutely quality information, but also it kind of changes the way that normally that show works, just in the way, just in their, between their cadence and the jokes they make, and then like just the fucking prodding in fun ways. And I don't know, anytime we can get super snarky jokes, I'm here for it. And anytime Connor Rebush is on the back foot, making hilarious counter jokes, that's my favorite show.
And also there's backhanded comments. I noticed both
it's
of them
just the
agreed,
most fun, kind of back and forth, probably.
Both of them agreed that Mike Perry and John Vellante have brought back the UFC dream. I know one thing I noticed, and I watched this fight and I was surprised too. It was a great win for Julian Erosa, Juicy J. But they also brought up the point, and that he had been knocked out 4 previous times in the UFC, and had also once lost to. And I remember Connor's like, my bitches guy, who is that? And they're like, it's
Ishihara. Yeah, I know you and me knew it, but that's just because we are. I like Ishihara, although in retrospect that probably ages poorly. Like, that's probably fucking pretty problematic if he was doing that shit nowadays.
No, he wasn't doing it, yeah.
That was only like 3 or 4 years ago. But then again, that was back when Team Alpha.
And then what had happened is Rudy Ishihara lost to Artem Lobov. I remember that fight, Jesus Christ. Yeah. And then I remember the last I saw of Rudy Ishihara, he got sent to the Shadow Realm by Petr Yan, and then I think the UFC cut Ishihara, unfortunately.
I mean, to be fair, Petr Yan does that to dudes. He always has since ACA. Like, he's just a bad motherfucker. Like,
it's from fucking Siberia, man. Like, that's like the coldest fucking part of Russia.
Well, and have you seen a Serbian film? Also,
because every time
don't watch a Serbian film.
They've told me how fucked up it is. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to watch that.
Don't watch the baby fucking.
I want to be able to sleep. Yeah, no, just don't even. No.
It's a Serbian film and Irreversible are the 2 films you probably never need to see.
It's one of those where it's like, it just literally should not have been made. It's actually offensive, and I almost considered unethical that it was made.
No,
it's like,
it should be made because it's. You
can't call it art.
It is art. It's absolutely art. In the same way that Irreversible is art. And arguably, you couldn't. If the Serbian film couldn't be made, then you couldn't make Irreversible from Gaspar Noé, which is a horrific film. Horrible. One of the most horrific films I've ever seen. He fucked me up for like 3 days, and I still think about it every day.
I know Requiem.
I can't walk through an underground.
Trainspotting fucked me up.
Yeah, well, it's like that, but worse. Like, I can't walk through an underground hallway anymore without thinking about Irreversible. That's a real thing. Anybody who's seen it knows what I'm talking about. Especially the way that plot works, because time ruins everything. But
is the plot irreversible?
Oh, dude. Yeah. Seeing that movie is irreversible. How about that? You can't fucking unsee that movie. But it should exist because it's a thing. Yeah. Anyway, this is like a discussion about like fucking what is art, I guess, at a certain point. Who fucking cares about our opinion on that? But I would argue that fucking Heavy Hands 323 is art. It's fucking beautiful. Also, they do preview a bunch of what was it? What was the
Great matchups we never got.
Yeah, legendary fantasy matchups.
Kyle brought up a good point. Jose Aldo almost, he had teased at one point going up to lightweight. They thought he would have been terrific at that, even though he would have been a little short for that weight class. Well, then again, look at Frankie Edgar back in the day, right? Anyways, their point was based on Aldo's speed with his boxing, and just he'll have better cardio, immensely better cardio, even at 155. He could have been a problem for a lot of fighters. I think Kyle says he thinks Aldo would have matched well against Khabib. I disagree, mostly based on size, and I think Khabib would have just done whatever he wanted with him, just with the grappling and the strength advantage.
Aldo?
But that's just my opinion.
It kind of depends on what era of Aldo and what era of Khabib, right? Because the fucking you could also argue what is maybe the greatest game plan against a dude like Khabib? Well, actually, I would say a slower version of Masvidal versus Askren is the right answer, because of course Khabib's going to come out and circle and not engage for the first little bit, because that's what he does. But flying knees for flying knees, and takedowns are takedowns.
Yeah.
And
Those leg kicks too.
That's the best coin flip in all of striking, arguably, depending on how good your flying knees are, right? If you're the Jorge Masvidal of flying knees, that's an okay 50-50 coin flip that I feel might come into play this weekend as well, but we'll see. But yeah, it was cool hearing them talk about all the cool fantasy matchups.
And then the obvious one was GSP versus Silva.
That's the GOAT of fantasy matchups that never happened, apart from maybe Couture or Fedor.
Or Habib Tony. Rest in peace.
I think I would Habib Tony, yes, but Couture Fedor at the time was dude, that is prime MMA. Then again, heavyweight though, so probably would end up trash. And also, how much do you want to just see Couture work over Fedor and an over/under on the cage that? Because what are the odds that would just be the fucking fight? To be fair.
I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a worry, but no. Overall, it's a great episode of Heavy Hands. And yeah, big shots to Kyle. I'm again going to disclaim that I have been talking to Kyle this week, so I don't want that to be the reason why we're picking this. I want it to be clear that it's not, which is why I disclose potential fucking violations of, what's the word, Chris? Conflicts of interest, right?
Yes.
Because that's what journalism is, despite no one in the sport knowing it. Although Ariel will tell you, if you guys want to look up the Journalist of the Year, he recently tweeted out that, by the way, Jorge Masvidal's agent or manager, whatever the fuck you want to call those idiots, the idiot twins who manage him, technically, to be fair, those the idiot twins did tweet out saying that Jorge Masvidal did eat pizza. So if you want that kind of hard-hitting journalism, check out Ariel Helwani's feed.
Dude, that reminded me. I saw them. They posted that picture. They stopped in Rome at the airport in Rome.
First off, no, because COVID.
Right? That's what I thought, right?
You don't fly into fucking Italy right now. No, they got it at the fucking airport in Florida, wherever the fuck they were. I guarantee it.
Yeah, that makes that checks way more sense. No, anyways, my point
fucking
was
farcical.
Yeah, my point was they met, even if they actually had real Italian, because I did look at that pizza, and I've had pizza in actual Rome and in Southern Italy.
First off, pizza in Rome and Italy, while it does come in pizza boxes, they don't look like that. Start there.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, that's not in
it's
Rome. That looks
pizza.
like some garbage pizza. Yeah. And I remember one of the comments, Bilal Muhammad said Chicago pizza is the best, and I don't know. I think he's serious.
He's from Chicago.
I know. That's why. I'm like, it could be sarcasm, but I remember. I'm like, oh wait, he's from Chicago. Triggered so many people, including me.
I'll go ahead and say I love Chicago pizza.
It's not pizza.
I agree, but I love it.
I'll eat it if it's good.
No, it's delicious. There's a great place out here in Santee that does a great Chicago style deep dish. It's fucking delicious. It's way too garlicky, but that's how I like it. But yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it depends. Yeah, there should be a name for not pizza, but also pizza. Is what I'm.
And how does Jorge eat it? He just stacks two on top of
each other. He just doesn't. He takes a bite for credibility and hands it to his fat fucking managers, who like to talk shit. Oh, how about this? This is the same fucking manager, or at least
said Mike Perry had credibility for saying the N-word, and that's really hard because he's white, right?
Not just that, it's the same manager or twin brother of the manager who told me on Twitter that, or who said on Twitter that he's like, yo, bro, Cuban food is way better than New Orleans food because I had gumbo at the airport and it was terrible. I was like, yo, bro, I had a Cuban sandwich at the Fort Lauderdale airport. That was bad too, you fuck. He's like, bro, Fort Lauderdale's not Miami. I'm like, yeah! Fucking, also, airport food is not food. Jesus Christ. These fucking fat fucks making money off of hardworking fighters. Drive me nuts. Jeez. And I say that as a fat fuck who makes zero money off of fighters and just tries to get them fucking paid for a living. Or at least drive attention. Anyway.
QN, was it we called it a union or they called it a union by NoFX?
Dude, fucking, how about, half NoFX songs? Fucking, how about The Decline? Fucking. Greediocracy.
We're dragging on because this could be a long fucking episode.
Oh, it's gonna be a long episode anyway. But yeah, we're dragging way too slow. So I have a catch for this week. Now that we've gone through yours, MMA ratings. The Usman versus Masvidal UFC 251 preview show. It's a great episode hosted by Schwan Humes and Rafael Garcia, and it's just fucking great. First off, I'd like to say I want to join hashtag Punch a Kid in the Mouth campaign. There's some 17-year-old mouthing off to Schwan Humes and Rafael Garcia is telling him to just hit him in the mouth. And I don't hate the idea. It's Texas. You can probably get away with it, right? But overall, it's a really good episode. A lot of talk about Jorge's knee always being a factor in the fight. Shouts out to all the white people driving motorcycles. And
are you talking about his knee, like when he's in a clinch, like Muay Thai knees? Or are you talking about like he has knee problems?
No, flying knee.
Okay, thank you. That's what I assumed. I was about to be surprised saying, damn, his knee problems?
No.
Because then I think you're talking about Usman.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. No, but Jorge's flying knee is always a factor, even late in the fight, because of the way Usman fights, and he does duck his head a little bit. Something that was a little bit obvious. Both him and Colby had a tendency to duck their head in exchanges, especially in longer exchanges, which against a dude like Jorge is a little dangerous since he throws long combos. They talk a bit about what Max can do technically to beat Volkanovski, since it's hard to outbox him or outpower him, and like what options does that leave Max. Man, Schwan also has some fucking really like poignant but rough criticisms of guys like Max, where he's like, listen, you can see Max slowing from the damage because of his style, and it's been obvious, and people aren't giving it enough credit. And the more you see it, like especially the Poirier fight, I think is probably.
Thank you. I was gonna say, I don't know, I can't remember which podcast brought that up, but they said maybe it was a mistake that he ever even fought Poirier because he took a lot of fucking heavy shots.
See, Schwan brought up the weight.
Dude, he was rocked.
Well, Schwan brought up those bad.
Fucking Holloway almost knocked out.
Well, but remember, Schwan brought up those. Schwan also brought up, if you remember, those bad weight cut problems that were happening with Holloway, where like he was taking fights on short notice, trying to drop 30 pounds and shit.
Wait, was that the one with Habib? And dude, you're not gonna be able.
Well, and like that was one of two where like he had a rough camp and weight cut kind of situation. So really interesting to hear that. They also talk about Rose's tendency to kind of fall apart if she starts getting roughed up in the clinch, and that fight kind of being a balance of whether or not Andrade can get to the clinch and start bullying Rose early enough before her chin falls apart, because who knows where her chin is at, especially after the Zhang Weili fight or the Weili Zhang fight. What is the right way to say that again?
It's
backwards of how it's written.
It's Zhang Weili, but I think it's Zhang. Zhang. It's like
It's
Zhang.
Zhang, I know.
Zhang Weili.
It's the order that
it.
fucks me up because of the way Chinese
And
works.
I know I'm not saying that right because I don't speak Mandarin,
It's
but
Zhang.
I've just heard it. Zhang Weili.
Yeah, it's Zhang. I know Zhang is Zhang. Let's see. The only other thing... Oh, Schwan did bring up that he kind of always finds it funny that fighters get real mad at attractive fighters for being more marketable. He's like... He cited maybe the greatest example ever, which was Felice Herrig back in the day would always complain about other fighters being mad at her because she was using her marketability. And
That's right.
She stopped being slightly less marketable, and she started complaining about Paige Van Zant's marketability, and it was just like the most beautiful fucking full circle of like how the world works. And I thought that was a really like it's a poignant point, but it's also something that like not a lot of people are gonna bring that up in the way that Schwan did because he is just that dude. And I love him for it. There's a reason why they call him Black Jordan Breen, and that is a good example of it.
By the way, don't do yourself a favor. Don't definitely go to the UFC posting the main event of the undercard, which is Hebus and Paige Van Zant. The comments.
Well, let me guess. It's either the thirstiest or the angriest.
It's thirsty. There was one though that was sarcasm. At least I hope so. One of them was some guy said definitely busting out the lotion for this one, and it had like hands rubbed together emoji with like an awkward smile. On
That's
it.
just like oh, you can find it. You can tell UG made his way to Twitter finally.
Yeah, and that's just like I'm sure he's kidding, but it wouldn't surprise if he's not.
I mean, to be fair, I almost guarantee he's not. However, oh my god, you can hear one of my dogs losing their goddamn mind in the background.
Tilly, right?
Yeah, you can hear Karen yell it probably as well. Who knows? Maybe it was the cat or the dog we're watching over. It's a crazy place we're in. Shout out to my foster cat Charlotte, who's a sweetheart. You guys will see her on one of these things. She has been terrorizing.
Yeah, how do the dogs like her? She probably bullies the fuck out of them because they're tiny.
100% does. She is way bigger than Tilly, so she just like.
I mean,
Tilly's
I don't.
just real
Okay,
nervous.
I'll be honest. I don't really like Tilly, but that's because she doesn't like me for no reason. Even though she's met me a bunch of times.
That's just how
and
she
did
is.
try to bite my ankle last time I saw her, even though it wouldn't have done anything.
That's how she is though. Like she's just she's a terrified because she's about 8 pounds, so she's terrified of fucking everything, including. By the way, she growls at me when I enter a room because she doesn't know who I am. When I'm like, yo, you live with me, you sleep on me.
I can just imagine your cat Charlotte doing the regular cat thing where they're hiding behind the couch, and when Tilly walks by, swipes at the nose.
No, she does the way more passive aggressive. I'm gonna lay in the middle of the hallway and then try and walk by me, which is like the fucking. It's like the Ultimate Fighter in my house right now. Is what I'm saying, where everyone's just testing everyone for no reason and just to see where the ranks.
It was Charlotte just going all Usman going do some.
Charlotte is just Charlotte's the one laying in the middle of the fucking hallway. Tilly is terrified to walk past her. She's like, you know what? I'm cool in this room. I'll just circle in here for a while. Anyway, Chris, you said you had another catch, right?
Yeah, you mentioned this one for me to check out. I'm glad I did. It was Protect Your Neck with Dan
Episode
Tom.
204. That was my other catch as well.
Because
Ryan Wagner.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ryan Wagner is one of the guys from the Fight Site, and actually, this was a recommendation. Shouts out to Kyle, who's on Heavy Hands. Kyle hit me up on Twitter and was like, yo, you gotta check this out. I know you're looking for shows, and it's really good. And I listened to it, and it's really good, right? Like
I enjoyed listening to it because the first thing, I think it's Ryan? No, it must have been Dan. One of them says, I kicked myself for not wrestling in high school. I'm like, oh, wait, me too.
I think it was Dan because Dan. I think Ryan said he wrestled for like shortly.
It was 2 years. Yeah. It was like his junior and senior year.
Yeah. And this was, by the way, top 5 mat wrestlers. Which, if you don't know, Dan Tom on off weeks records a like top 5 episode with a guest. Meaning off weeks, meaning weeks without like big events. And this was one of the best. I mean, I always love Dan Tom's episodes, especially the top 5 episodes. But man, Ryan and him get so fucking deep in the weeds on actual wrestling technique.
I tried to I know because they had their each 5 who they think are the best, like just mat wrestlers in mixed martial arts in general, not like
Right.
now, it's just past and present. So I know you'll probably help correct me or kind of label some of the correct ones.
Try to.
I don't know if it was Ryan or Dan. They said number 5 starting for them was Michael Chandler.
I do think
One of
Chandler
them-
came up. Yeah, I don't want to give away their full list because I want people to listen to
I
it.
won't
But
do that,
like,
one of them talked about Ryan Bader, and I couldn't really tell.
no,
It was
that
good.
Ryan-
They were just going straight technique talk.
Yeah, it's really in depth. If you guys want to hear a lot about like riding games and breaking down people, Randy Couture's dirty oil checking game that he like relied on, and just like Bader's riding ability from a bunch of different positions and kind of how he was able to build that for momentum, including also stuff like I believe. Oh, that's right. I think at a certain point they even made the joke that it's Zoomer picks versus Old Man Dan picks. Because, of course, Dan Tom always refers to himself as Old Man Dan when he starts talking about guys like Randy Couture. But it's a lot of stuff like Ali Bagov from ACA and Askren's Funky Ride game. Like, there's so much.
Should I say?
Go ahead.
Mention, I was going to say, Habib Nurmagomedov with his
Don't say
cage,
which one he was at.
Yeah,
but yeah.
it was just his cage riding system he employs. And how it's basically, they said as far as just technique and styles of wrestling without even really employing or being an NCAA style system or folk style wrestling, right? Habib still does that well, and granted that's because of the camp he's at too.
Well, and they talk about
and
they talk about the cross-eye wrist control, which of course Paul Felder came to name the Dagestani handcuffs at one point on.
I was gonna say, Dagestani handcuffs.
Which that's a funny conversation. Go ahead and talk to wrestlers and ask them how they feel about the Dagestani handcuff reference. They get real. It's like if you ask Judo Gene LaBelle about Kimuras. It's a very similar vibe.
I would genuinely be curious to see how Habib would do against like a Colby Covington, who's kind of a smaller welterweight. If Usman wasn't so big, I'd still be intrigued by that fight just because of Habib's strength. But just from a grappling standpoint, I think it could be potentially pretty awesome.
Yeah. I feel weird leaving like fantasy matchmaking Habib right now because of all the stuff he's going through. Like,
yeah, fucking tragic.
And just feel like it's weird. Anyway, let's see. That was my other catch for this week as well. Did you have any others?
I just have like mentions, but
we'll get to those.
The end.
Let's see. Do you have any skips? Because I feel like we already covered my skips, which is the fucking moron ex-heavyweight who is Eskimo Brothers with Dana White.
Yeah, I skip him pretty much on the regular. I skipped what did I already have my skips because of the whole thing that went on.
Yeah, but those aren't like specific to this week though.
Yeah, no. I know. I'm trying to think of this. Yeah, this week I don't really have a skip.
Yeah, I don't really either. I mean, there was so much good content that I would argue anything that would have been a skip for me. It's just shit I just didn't get to because I didn't, why listen to something that you're less interested in rather than listen to all this good shit that did come out, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, let's see. Do you have any can't miss episodes? And if so, how many?
Just one.
Okay, well, I have 2. And I don't think you have either one of these. So I'll go with one of mine. Which I'll start with this one. Since it's a little bit more lighthearted. And it's the one that we were actually listening to a little bit of before we started this. Which is... if you guys don't know, so first off, I want to say this is not an ad, and I'm not at all endorsing this company because I don't know shit about them, and I've never ordered their product. So like they might be fucking trash. That's not really the point of this. So like I'll say go ahead, don't buy Flavier's product, Flaviar. Because I don't know anything about it, so I don't want to endorse it in the least. It's like a subscription booze kind of thing, which is generally a ripoff. So I don't know anything about that. But what I will say is they have a show hosted by Dan Dunn, who I may have come up on this podcast in an old episode because of the Zane Lamprey podcast. He is like a Zane Lamprey or an Anthony Bourdain kind of guy, like a traveling booze kind of, I wouldn't say journalist, but more like TV show host kind of thing. TV show
TV personality?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Personality is the word I'm looking for. He's like a traveling booze TV personality where like he'll go to a place, he'll try booze, really knowledgeable, I should say, really well versed in it. I mean, like he can tell you what qualifies as a bourbon. He is not going to do the dumb lying thing where it says it has to be produced within the bourbon belt. Technically, I guess technically does have to be in the bourbon belt, but it doesn't have to be within Tennessee.
Is it probably like
Tennessee?
Is it probably
right?
like the same thing?
Kentucky?
It's
right?
Kentucky, yeah. And then I know
Well, people lie about
with,
it's like
it lines up with tequila and mezcal.
Exact, or like champagne in France. Like, yes, it does need to be those qualifications, but like also that's not necessarily just
French champagne versus like Italian prosecco or Italian champagne.
Exactly, that kind of stuff. So he's really good at telling that stuff apart, and I only say that as a qualification because there's a lot of fucking hosts who do that kind of work who don't know shit and are just reading off a card. And I just know Dan Dunn does know that stuff because I've heard him on, maybe 50 hours of booze content over the years between Adam Carolla and Zane Lamprey. However, he had on, for his show Nightcap that he does with Flaviar, he had on Angie Hill and Jens Pulver, and it is so fucking fun, man. Essentially, they taste 3 different whiskeys that Flaviar sent them, and they basically just do a tasting review. It's really fun. Chris, you heard a bit of this, and part of it is tasting review. Most of it is just talking shit with Angie and Jens and like asking them questions about fighting and shit. And man, it's a really lighthearted, fun. Like if you guys are into booze and you're into fighting, and also who doesn't like Jen Pulver and Angela Hill? Like Jesus fucking Christ, we can't be friends if you don't like those two dudes. And apologies to Angie Hill for calling her a dude. She knows what I mean. She lives in San Diego. But Chris, you listen to tiny clips of this, but what'd you think of it?
I liked it. I'm definitely intrigued to listen to it in full. Because I'm not the biggest booze guy, spirits guy. I'm definitely a heavy beer guy.
You know a good amount about spirits, but you're less of a spirits dude in general.
But yeah, when it comes to spirits, for me, it's like I'm not gonna always say, "Oh, I only want like the good stuff." That's ignorant. But I definitely do. When it comes to tasting spirits, or wanting to enjoy it, yeah, I'm gonna go like kind of above average or like just top stuff. But I'm not. Yeah. I'm not like shy of like trying some lower end stuff.
You've taken shots of trash with. You've taken shots of Fireball with me that Mikey bought us or that someone bought us.
Fucking Rumplemans, dude. Fucking Peter D's. Like, dude, I do not.
Remember we passed on my car in the parking lot?
Don't remind me. I remember we basically all thought we got fucking raped.
Yeah. Well, except for the non-raping part. But yeah, we thought we got drugged.
We all thought we drugged.
To be fair,
excuse me,
50-50, because anybody who knows anything about that bar, it's 50-50.
Yeah, so we all thought we got drugged legitimately, though, because like, how do 3 people all black out at the same time and end up...
to be fair, we were drinking real hard.
Yeah.
So, 50-50. But... Yeah. Back to the point. The point is this is all. It's a great episode. This is also actually where the announcement for Angela Hill versus Michelle Watersman versus Michelle
like
Waterson.
A Pokemon move.
Yeah, 100%. Or Jim. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the Michelle Waterson fight actually got announced during this stream because you can see Sucker Punch Entertainment, I'm guessing it's Brian Butler, drop in chat and tell Angie she can announce the fight. So she actually announced it live on the stream, which is pretty cool to go back and watch. And I like Angie's odds a lot in that fight. I think Michelle Waterson is pretty fucked, aside from being real lucky with a decision that is... to be fair, Angie has lost some rough decisions.
Well, but... I know her last decision that she definitely did not lose. That video she put out to her opponent kind of mocking her. It was pretty great.
It's like Gedalia?
Yeah.
She's so mad about the Gedalia fight. It's pretty great. But also, first of all, I'd like to, before I say this, say, Adam, I'm a big fan. Please don't hurt me. But Angie looking goddamn gorgeous in that video, though, too. Fucking Jesus. But that being said, they drank some whiskey from Iron Smoke Distillery in upstate New York. Like I said, it's all New York distilleries, but it was really cool. They talk a lot about drinking before fights, drinking after fights, cheat meals, stuff like that. And Jens Pulver says the only person he thought that he would not have a glass of whiskey with is Dennis Hallman, which is fucking beautiful, and I absolutely enjoy it. So yeah, just a really fun thing that they did, and I can't recommend it highly enough. Flaviar Nightcap with Angie Hill and Jens Pulver. Like always, link in the description, as well as on our website, thesoundofviolence.com, for anything we mention. Because, man, it was just so much fun. Like, I would argue anyone could have a great time just, like, pouring a glass of whiskey on the rocks, hanging out, maybe smoking a cigar if you're into that. If not, just hanging out in the sunshine, listening to that. I think you'll have a great fucking time.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to listen to that 100%. I'm curious. I mean, at one point, well, actually, I guess I still can't talk about this. Never mind.
Wait. Okay.
It has to do with spirits, and I can't. Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Chris and I will talk about it later and maybe hint at it in the future.
Yeah. Anyways, so you had 2 can't misses, right?
I do, but why don't you said you had a can't miss as well, right?
Yeah, I imagine this might be your other one. Mine is The Bash.
It's not, actually, but this is my new show. So, well, yeah, why don't you get into The Bash? Dude, really good, right? Like, I feel like
the ending for me kind of made it a can't miss, just with the call to Jim Edwards, but I'll get into that in a second.
Oh, my God, yes, please do.
That was good. So they both parted ways in MMA fighting. I wrote smart move on their part.
I mean, I don't think it was by choice either, though. It was like part of the layoffs that are coming.
Well,
all
they're
the
gone. They're not with them, so good for them.
I'm way more interested in their coverage now that they've left, which I feel like the same way about that and MMA Junkie is like, I can't wait for all the people who are working at MMA Fighting and MMA Junkie to leave, because I think they're going to put out great content.
So they discussed paywalls essentially being the future for just media, plural.
Unfortunately, yeah. But like,
because of lack of advertising, that's how that works.
Well, especially
yeah.
Especially in a world where stuff like Patreon exists, like, it's built for the kind of content that guys like Pizzi or even like Chuck Mindenhall, Sean Al-Shadi, if they want to do that show. Like, I don't know that it... I get when the Athletic cuts that kind of stuff, because I don't know that it makes the Athletic enough money to pay for what it costs to do it. But if it's 3 people rather than an entire magazine or entire publication or outlet, right? Like, if it's just the 2 hosts and the producer, it starts to make a lot more sense financially if you do it through Patreon. So then you're like, hey, listen, it at least pays for itself. So...
Yeah, I agree, and I won't knock anyone doing that. And I know there are multiple podcasts that I definitely should contribute to the Patreons. I just haven't made the effort to do that.
Co-main event, dog. They started. Well, we'll get to it in a bit, but the co-main event's doing stuff.
So they discussed Jorge Masvidal. I think says he got paid close to what initially he was asking for. I would assume a lot of it has to do with.
Let's go ahead and put up air quotes when we say close to.
Yeah,
because it's not more.
Yeah, and so and of course we kind of expected that when Dana's like, well, I need to keep the main event, partial main event. Who are you gonna call? You know, Jorge Masvidal on short notice, who definitely has been training clearly for more than, he's been training for quite a while.
Yeah, the rumor is that Masvidal never stopped training.
And should we mention who's going to be in his corner? Most likely,
not Mike Brown.
You know who it is, though, right?
Is it Abe or Malky?
No. It's He's not wrestling. It's a 3-time NCAA All-American champion wrestler from Penn State, Bo Nickel.
Oh, is Bo Nickel actually in the corner?
Yep.
I knew he was part of the training camp. I didn't know
he
if he was
hasn't
in the
confirmed
corner.
it, but in every embedded, and Bo Nickel's confirmed in Abu Dhabi right now, and
I know he's been a big part of the training camp, which is a huge
I would imagine
thing.
he will be in his corner. I would want him in my corner, especially if I'm going up against Kamaru Usman, a very good wrestler himself. So yeah, expect to see Bo Nickel tomorrow in Masvidal's corner. So then one thing that I thought that was a good point that he came across was, so okay, Masvidal came to terms, right, or last minute terms. They said, what's going to stop,
You mean
okay,
you mean Malky and his brother came when they heard the terms? Is that what
Yeah.
you were trying to say?
Yes. So they said, what stops, say, John Jones and Henry Cejudo, right? From coming to terms at some point. Okay, then what does that mean? That means, this fighter alliance that I don't know whether they think Masvidal is supposed to be the champion for or supposed to be the forefront, which I'm not going to say he's not, because I think it goes both sides. Because Masvidal, when they asked him about that, all he kind of really alluded to was stand up for yourself and don't let them kind of just devalue you.
But then also he
But then it's also
immediately took the paycheck when it showed up.
that's what I'm saying.
Didn't
But
actually
then
stand up
also-
for anyone.
And he never mentioned the word union.
Well, and also, this is the exact shit that Nate Diaz has been, and his brother have been yelling about on Twitter about about how fighters negotiate for a decade. Wherein they're like, hey, listen, we all don't get paid because y'all just agree to whatever the fuck they say if they raise the price, right?
And so, on top of that, to kind of go in more on that, Eddie Alvarez called in. Great interview with Eddie Alvarez.
Dude, how good was Eddie in this interview?
Eddie Alvarez seems to have the exact right mindset when it comes to saving money, investing his money.
Eddie Alvarez and Ben Askren might be the two smartest minds financially in the sport.
Yeah,
on the fighter side of the sport.
Eddie just got, and I was driving a lot when the last part of this was on, so I couldn't write down what he was saying. But
also, while you're talking, I'm gonna go ahead and open up this beer. It's a KO 99, which is actually from Creative Creature, which I think is somewhere out here in East County. But this is a raspberry versus acai sour smoothie ale.
Okay.
I don't know.
So Eddie just explained financial advice to all young prospects out there and future champions that if you were to ask me how do I invest my earnings in a responsible manner, he kind of broke that down. From what I remember listening to, it was sound advice for sure. He talks about structure of contracts that are signed and how not every fight in your contract or a continuous fight, the next time you fight, it's not always going to technically be structured the same exact way unless you sign it being that way. He said that's the major downfall of a lot of the young up-and-coming and bright fighters is they form a contract that's just kind of not ever going to really incentivize more income.
Right.
Or
if it does,
just added bonuses, or it's weirder. It's weirder because I'm not a financial person. I'm clearly not a CPA. I don't know how I can't crunch numbers. I couldn't even get by Algebra 2 in college, so I'm a fucking writer.
See, I'm great with numbers until you start having to do real numbers, and then it my dad was an accountant, so I'm pretty good with numbers, but also at a certain point I just get frustrated with all that shit, and Eddie is really into it. One of the things that I heard him mention in this, trying to figure out where it was him talking about why he thinks in a union or association probably isn't likely, because inherently fighters are just kind of selfish, and the way their pay structure works kind of forces them to be, right? Because they can't sit out. The other thing that I really liked him talking about, which you don't hear a ton about, is him speaking out against how managers are inherently being bought and sold just because that's how their job exists. Yeah. So, if they weren't being bought and sold by the promotions, they couldn't have the job they have. That's why you don't see people like Jeff Sherwood as a manager. Even though he managed Babalu Hanato Sobral way back in the day. Like, you don't see people who aren't willing to play the fucking game as a manager. And, like, even the ones who are and who are willing to do it, like, even the really good ones, they have to, like, just do shit that is gotta be at least uncomfortable for them, you know? Like, I would, the good managers I would put out there that I know of is, like, I would say, like, the Brian Butlers of the world. Like, it seems like Brian Butler is a pretty good dude. I've never had any experiences with Brian Butler. I don't know anything about contract negotiations with Brian Butler. I've just seen that, like, hey, Brian Butler's dudes seem to like Brian Butler, and also I don't hear about Brian Butler assaulting other people or saying horrific things, which is, like, the lowest MMA manager bar nowadays, right?
So, and I'm glad you brought up the manager point up, because I know Eddie also mentioned, you know, if I were to put a percentage of fighters who leave comfortably, and this is including champions, past or present, he says maybe only about 2 or 3% unfortunately leave comfortably.
I think that's way too high.
Yeah. And this is how it is in the NFL too, as far as just athletes getting their worth and what they do with it. Like the show Ballers that Dwayne Johnson does, The Rock, for those who don't know his real name by now. That show is very largely based on Dwayne Johnson being a former NFL player who is a CPA and a manager for a lot of young NFL stars, and basically just shows how they just fucking piss their contracts down the fucking drain. And I saw a couple. The show's pretty entertaining. A lot of cameos if you're a football guy, but that's how it is. You know, when especially if you're, say, you're 21, 22 to 25 range, and you've never had, say, X amount of money in your bank, you know, you think certain things and want to buy flashy shit, and it's easy to do that. Point I was getting at is, as far as management goes, and I'm not saying at all this guy would be a good manager, but I forgot that he has, I believe, a stake in the management company is McGregor. Do you think Conor will ever?
Manager.
No, and he'd be bad. But do you think it'd be in his interest to represent someone based on his effort of how he made himself money? Because I feel like he could definitely do it based on only his name, his namesake, and reputation. Do you see where I'm getting at?
100%. You are absolutely correct in that. He will get a percentage by putting his name on the ring rope or standing in the corner or whatever. But it's going to be like, you know how there's been a couple times in MMA, I can't think of an example. Like, not Anderson Silva with Steven Seagal isn't quite the example.
Jesus.
But like, you know, sometimes in fighting, mostly it happens more in boxing, but you'll have like a celebrity walk you out kind of thing.
Yeah, that's mostly boxing.
Yeah, like, I feel like it'll be something like that is how Conor makes money down the line. Is like walking.
Yeah, he'll just give like a
walking an Irish boxer to the ring.
Yeah. Or he'll be like, oh,
right. Or like,
I'm not going to say someone like James Gallagher or whatever, but say there was like, it doesn't have to be someone necessarily at Street Blast Gym in Dublin, but say there's someone with legitimate top 15 ranked talent, right? And Conor has that reach to manage him or represent him.
I mean,
I feel like if he
could do bigger than that, like, hey, how much would it cost Tyson Fury to get Conor McGregor to do his stupid fucking walk to the ring with him? Yeah. The fucking Vince McMahon walk to the ring with him. Like, probably wouldn't cost Tyson Fury much, but I guarantee to get Tyson Fury some headlines.
We know McGregor's not really retired, but because of course, barring a certain potential victory tomorrow.
That case went away.
No. I wasn't talking about that.
Oh, okay.
I was literally saying, barring a potential victory tomorrow, we know he's definitely not retired, right?
Oh, yeah.
My point is, if he were to retire, if I was McGregor, I would definitely attach myself to bigger stuff like boxing or just using yourself as an icon. I mean,
make money while you can make money.
I can't speak English right now, but yeah.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, it's a whole last thing.
I remember Eddie also talked about, which I thought was interesting. He had a candid conversation about free agency of Dana White, and he said he has nothing respect for how him and Dana kind of handled him parting ways, or I shouldn't really say parting ways. You see, just choosing other options, exploring other options, and according to him, Dana didn't have an issue with it.
I don't think Dana they were paying Eddie so much that I think Dana was like, fuck it, you're not worth the money. Because people who come over from other contracts make more money. That's fucking facts. Go ahead and look at anyone who came over from a Pride or a Strikeforce contract.
So how's Gaethje doing then, since he came over from World Series of Fighting or PFL?
See, the problem is, I said Pride and Strikeforce. I did not say WSOF because you know who the manager of people who come over from WSOF is?
I know.
Oh, weird that
Robert Brighton. I know.
Yeah, weird that Gaethje would have the manager who's also the matchmaker at WSOF. That's a weird coincidence. Oh, weird that that matchmaker would also be friends with Dana and constantly throw his employees under the bus just to not get deported.
Also, you know that he manages a certain bantamweight that should have been getting a title shot, but he just kind of just stuck in limbo, and he looks like Krillin from Dragon Ball Z and One Punch Man, but you know. And he definitely did not defeat Jose Aldo, even I guess that's kind of argued now. I don't fucking know. Yeah. I gotta watch that fight again.
Fuck Ali is my point. But yeah, no, overall, though, it was a really good episode. The Bash, episode 1. Their 251 preview is good, too. But we need to mention the reason why this is actually your can't miss. Because we haven't gotten to it
yet. So, at the end, near the end of this podcast, so after they're briefly mentioning how Jack Shore always, for some reason, keeps getting brought up into a shit-talking spree for doing absolutely nothing at all. He gets brought up. Courtesy of
I think it's his accent and the fact that he is, like, clever. He just constantly draws attention.
They phoned Jim Edwards, right? His name? Mm-hmm. Jim Edwards. And they basically talk about the MMA awards from... Yeah.
They ask him about... Hey, there was this award that came out for best MMA content on the MMA awards, and we noticed a typo that Eurobash has in it. And so we just wanted to call and ask what was about that. Or I believe Pizzi said, I noticed that my show wasn't on there. So I wanted to ask about it. And he was like, oh, you had a show? Just the fucking
there's
hardest burn.
What did he say also? He's like, keep trying, young lad.
Yeah. So many good burns back and forth between Pizzi and Jim in this. It's really fun. It was a great bit. And also, I agree with Pizzi, dude. The fucking shows that were nominated are farces. Like, how the fuck are you going to nominate the Joe Rogan Experience when he doesn't do MMA podcasts anymore? Have you noticed that when he had Josh Barnett on, it's no longer called the JRE MMA show?
Is it called
it's
the JRE?
just called JRE.
Is it called the JRE? JRE Stay Woke?
No, it's called JRE. I need that Spotify money, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Also, I'd like to pre-warn everyone that I hope you all like mid-roll ads because I am I have zero. This is 100% a prediction and a bet on my side. But I would bet almost anything that Spotify is going to start putting mid-roll ads in JRE.
Even on Spotify Premium?
No. Spotify Premium probably pre-roll ads, not mid-roll ads.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Which is even more egregious. This is all guesses for me. I have zero inside knowledge. But just by the way they're starting to phrase things and the amount of, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I have been seeing on Reddit that a lot more JRE content has been getting flagged lately from people cutting clips and stuff, and it's just gonna get worse. And it's the irony that Rogan is leaving YouTube because of censorship, while he hires a company to go after people using his own clips in interesting ways, is not lost on me. So, but
let's see.
Anyway, back to the Bash.
Yeah,
I think that was about it, right?
Yeah, I had another. I feel like I should get myself another beer. I don't know how much longer we're going to
go ahead and grab another beer because I actually have one other thing, and you will be back before I finish.
I will mute myself for a quick and be right back. I'll be right back.
There we go. So my other can't miss for this week is the WOCast Final Destination. If you guys have at all been listening to the show over time, you know I'm a big Macy Chasson fan, or Chasson. I always try to over French it because I know she's from New Orleans. But also, having been in New Orleans a couple times, I know that not to over French it because it always is a combination of English and French. But yeah, Macy Chasson, she was. This interview with her and Gina and Mike is maybe one of my favorite interviews of all time. One thing I will warn you at the top, Mike did do the thing, or whoever edits the show. I assume it's Mike, but it might not be. But they did the thing where they forgot to fade out the music bed. So you will hear a really loud music bed for way too long in the intro. It does go away. It's loud and prominent and frustrating for the first minute or two. But I recommend getting past that because Macy tells some of the most insane stories that somehow I've never heard. Even though I'm a Macy fan and I listen to all Macy's interviews. And I believe Chris is about to be back, which is a great segue. As Chris gets back right now, I will segue right into, like I was talking about, the WoCast, Final Destination. They have Macy Chasson on. And Macy talked about how she is kind of feels like she is the final destination of people. Like she's always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, great.
Like, for example, she got shot in the stomach at 17.
Oh, Jesus.
Which I've never heard before, even though I'm a huge Macy fan and I've listened to every interview she's ever done that I could find on a podcast, but I never knew that. And yeah, evidently she was in a fairly affluent neighborhood, hanging out with a couple friends, and they heard a couple pops on the street they're on, and they're like, huh, that's weird. And her friend thought it was like fireworks or something. They looked down the street, they could see a dude, and you just see light coming off from the end of his hand. So they're like, oh, fuck, I think he's shooting. So they run down the street, they hide behind a car, and her friend looks down, and she's like, oh, shit, Macy, you're bleeding. And she just had a hole in her stomach.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and she talks about, being shot, going to the hospital, and being like, which it's a real-ass story because she just says, yeah, I didn't really feel it until the next day because of all the adrenaline and shit, which is like, I broke my leg real bad getting hit by a car one time, which is my only reference point. And yeah, same thing. Zero pain, really. Just all adrenaline and, weird energy until the next day. And then it sucks all the dicks. So I would assume it's kind of similar to that. But really crazy story. And, evidently it was part of just a gang initiation. It was just some kid who, I'm guessing in New Orleans somewhere, or in a different, it's not a province in New Orleans. What are they called? It's wards. It's wards. Like the 9th ward. There's another word too. What the fuck is the word? Oh my god, why can I parish? Jesus Christ. Took me a second. Yeah, I'm guessing I don't know if it was a different parish or if it was in Jefferson or actually in New Orleans proper, but yeah, really interesting to hear her talk about that. And yeah, evidently it was just some gang initiation where some guys were in a car and they're like, hey, get out and shoot, unload this clip, those people. It was one of multiple gang initiations at the time, and she was just one of them. Yeah. She had to go to court for all of it. She said she felt terrible because a kid got 100, he got a life sentence, 100 or multiple life sentence. I think it was 100 plus years, something like that. And she's like, Jesus, 16-year-old kid, just fucking bad decision making.
Throwing his life away.
Yeah, it's just a fucking insane story, and I'm not doing it justice, so I please recommend you go listen to it because I'm giving the fucking overall points of it. I'm giving the
Cliff Notes version.
Exactly, that's exactly the word I was looking for. But it's I'm not doing it any justice. But why? Well, and they also talk about her. Of course, if you guys remember, Macy Chasson is also the person who had a crane fall on her apartment, and she had to grab her dog and run out of the apartment. And when she got outside, she could see a crane fell through multiple stories of her apartment building, and she barely made it out and stuff. Just a crazy, crazy stories. But none of that is why this is my catch. The reason why this is my not only my catch but my can't miss for this week is because Macy came on because her and G from State Farm, Gina, G from Low TV, whatever her current tag is. As you guys know, I'm a big Gina fan, and I'm a big fan of Mike as well. I think they have G and Mike probably have the greatest voices in all of MMA podcasting. Like, they sound like they belong on 70s radio serving up fucking bangers in New York. You know what I mean? Like, they just have a beautiful fucking voice on mic. But, no, the reason why this is a can't miss for me is because Gina's actually mutual friends with someone who knows Macy. And so Gina asked her to come on, talk a lot about Black Lives Matter movement and the LGBT scene and being a gay fighter. Because Gina, if you guys don't know, G is I don't want to speak for her, but what I believe is that she is she recognizes, or she identifies as a gay black woman, as a strong gay black woman, I guess. I don't want to speak for her, but she's definitely in the LGBT scene, and she recognizes deeply, or she identifies a lot with Macy, and so she wanted to kind of have Macy on to just talk about what that's like to be like that kind of person within the MMA sphere. And
a gay combat athlete.
Not just a gay combat athlete, but like a more masculine presenting gay combat athlete. Because we see a lot of more. I don't want to point at anybody, but we see a lot more in MMA of the female, or of the gay female combat sports athletes who are more on the female. I don't know. See, this is where it gets tricky to try. Female projecting kind of. You know what I mean? Like what you would more traditionally recognize as a female kind of, or as a I don't want to say masculine and less masculine. You know what the fuck I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say it the right way, but I don't know how to say it the right way. But everybody knows what I'm talking about. But my point is it's a really, really interesting discussion that I haven't heard really anyone have. I've heard a couple Rocky interviews, Rocky Pennington, I've heard kind of address this kind of somewhat here and there. I'm trying to think of other people off the top of my head. But Rocky's the main one that comes to mind. But it was really cool hearing Macy just go into depth on it, but also Gina to ask questions as a person coming from that same kind of background. Where she's just trying to know what it's like to be that kind of person within the MMA space, you know? It's a very rare conversation that I like. It could only happen between these two people on this kind of show. And I think it's one of the neatest things you'll ever hear. And just, man, I learned shit. And that's what this is all about. That's why I listen to podcasts, to learn shit.
What was the name of this episode again? Or did the podcast? I want to listen to it.
So it's the WOCast Final Destination.
Okay.
Like I said, there will be a link in the description, as well as there will be a link on our website, thesoundofviolence.com. You can also just Google WOCast Final Destination, although you might have to put in... how do I always find this show? Their show is really hard to find. I would recommend going to thesoundofviolence.com and clicking the link, and we got you there. But... yeah, overall it was great. She also mentions that she kind of wants to try and fight Sajara in September. That's kind of in the works, which I think that would be an awesome fight. Macy and Sajara would be dope as shit. She talks about how she actually got COVID and recovered from it after being back in the gym in New Orleans for the first week. I believe she's training in Mid-City in New Orleans. I don't remember the actual official name of the gym, but I know it has Mid-City in the name of it. And yeah, it was just it was really, really interesting to hear her talk about that. She also talks about how she lost her taste and smell when she got the Rona, and it's kind of how she feels about the UFC's COVID protocol. Just overall, it was just there's so many good things about this episode that I could not choose it. So I just want to give a big
that sounds
shout-out to
fantastic. I'm definitely intrigued to listen to it for sure.
There's a reason why it stood out above everything else, and it's not just because I absolutely love the city of New Orleans and people come from it, because that is absolutely a factor, and don't let me downplay that. And Macy Chasson is a great example of those, of just the kind of people I've always met when I've gone to New Orleans. Just the realest, truest, sweetheartedest motherfuckers I've ever come across. But on top of all that, really interesting story, really interesting talking points. Like, we need more. I would like to see more of that kind of shit in MMA because we don't see much
I agree.
of it. Cool, man. Well, I think that was it for my can't miss. We got to yours, right?
Yeah, the only thing I left was a quick mention of the Outsiders. Do we already discuss?
So that was
that?
actually going to be my next point. So we talked
Okay,
about.
I'll let you go ahead and do that.
Yeah. You segued in beautifully, actually. So for new shows this week, we already talked about The Bash, which is the return of Eurobash, episode 1. So The Bash episode 1 we got into, and that was really good. And the other new show I listened to this week, one of the other two shows I listened to this week, was the return of The Outsiders, man. And So The Outsiders was originally on Between Rounds Radio. It was behind the paywall. No, I shouldn't say that. It was, because that's the name of a show. It was on the Between Rounds Radio network on the Patreon. And Josh Gross and Jeff Sherwood, of course, Josh Gross from The Athletic and previously from SureDog. I mean, the OG journalist in the game as far as I'm concerned. It's him and Loretta Hunt, and everybody else is second. And then we of course hosted by Jeff Sherwood, founder of SureDog.com, along with his co-founder, who I forget the name of, that actually did all the difficult coding work. But man, I've always loved the Outsiders with Josh and Jeff, and this is a great example of why I'm so happy to see it back. Like, they seem genuinely happy to have it back, and I missed. I know you guys might have noticed that Josh was doing Gross Point Blank on The Athletic for a bit, and the fact that he reached out to Jeff and wanted to start up The Outsiders again makes me really, really optimistic about how much of this show we're going to see going forward.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of this show again. I like how they kind of start off saying you basically need a doctor's note saying you don't have COVID at this point. What else they say? Jeff said his mom is a fan of Paige Van Zandt and Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, that was a long-running bit. Back in the day, they used to talk all about how, like, week to week, they were covering PVZ on...
That reminded me, too. When was Paige Van Zandt Dancing with the Stars? Had it been, like 4 or 5 years ago?
It wasn't even that. It was like 2 or 3.
Like 3 years ago, but I remember I have, like, little cousins, teenage girls on my mom's side of the family. I remember one time, I think it was like Christmas or Thanksgiving, and then they were talking about Dancing with the Stars. I was like, my favorite's Paige Van Zandt, like when you talk to kids. And they're like, oh my God, how do you know her? And I like try to explain it to them. They're just like, oh, like all disappointed.
Yeah, 100%.
I just think of that every time. I'm like, oh yeah, it's like, I mean, I'm not going to knock Paige Van Zandt for doing Dancing with the Stars. I mean, you could have...
Yeah, looking up when she actually did that is hard on Google. But yeah, no, it was a couple years ago. I mean, yeah, Paige Van Zandt I have mixed-ass feelings about. Because, like, also, she's probably overpaid and over-promoted for her skill set.
She's fighting for the marketability belt.
Yeah. She's about to lose it, too, to Amanda Hebus. Because
Amanda
Hebus is fucking adorable, and...
She is. If you watch the Embedded, I won't argue with that. It's almost like she's adorable naturally, doesn't really have to try or flex anything else.
And she also just, like, seems like, way less of a promotion vehicle behind her, right? I think I heard a lot of people ask this week, like, why do people dislike Paige Van Zandt? And I think the answer is, like, for the same reason.
And to be fair, I don't dislike Paige Van Zandt.
I kind of do.
Well,
I'll be honest. I kind of dislike her.
Let me hear what you say, and I'll probably agree with you partially. Let me see.
I dislike her for 2 reasons. Number one, she's cheesy, and she doesn't put out interesting content.
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was watching Embedded, and she seems to... And yeah,
she seems like a lot of cheerleaders I knew.
We've all known ditzy girls for sure, but hers just comes across as like, I'm going to show you times 2 how Titsy, I don't know.
She just seems
But
like
yeah,
she's...
I guess every time she's on camera, I'm like, oh. I mean,
I couldn't imagine having a conversation with her about an interesting thing. Number one.
Unless it was about God.
No, exactly.
Which, that's
yeah,
my point.
exactly, Chris. That's my point. And then number two, also, she should never have been on a main card ever in her entire career. And she was on a fuckload of them. It's the same problem with Sage, which is like, when you
good
force
luck to you, Austin Van Zandt or Vanderford.
To be fair, Austin Vanderford's a very good fighter.
Yeah, and I'm not diminishing his skills. I'm talking about good luck with her. I mean, if he I'm never gonna downplay someone's relationship that they have with each other. That's their fucking business. I'm not like gonna be like, oh fuck, no, that's their business.
Well, and I think Paige
love each other. That's cool. I'm just saying, good luck in a joking manner from like a marketing standpoint.
Well, for sure, and like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure Paige is awesome to be around. Like, she seems like she'd be a lot of fun to like grab a beer or like a margarita or something with, like, right? Like, she seems like she'd be a lot of fun to be around. I don't have any problem with that. It's just like,
it's just a camera persona. It's kinda,
well, and also like, she has one layer that she at least displays to the public. She's not an onion, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, what did Shrek say? You see, donkey, onions have layers.
Yeah. Anyway.
Like a cake, Shrek?
Yeah, anyway. No, we're completely off the fucking rails again. Let's see. The other thing I had... Oh, Line Movement MMA betting show. I told you that Dan Tom, Dan Levy, and Mike Lynch all joined Line Movement MMA this week, right?
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, so Dan Tom and Dan Levy. Dan Levy, who of course was the previous host for... Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. I listen to Dan's show every fucking week. What is the name of this goddamn podcast? This is gonna drive me fucking nuts. And I'm not gonna be able to pull it up on the fly. This is gonna drive me fucking crazy. You know what? I'll link Dan's show in the comments. Fuck, man. I want to say best fight picks, but that sounds wrong, and so it makes me nervous to say that out loud. It's some combination of those kinds of words. Anyway, I'm gonna look this up. I can't not say the name of his show because it's gonna drive me nuts. Anyway, while I look this up and try and do this while I talk. Oh my god, Dan Levi's and Dan Tom's names are hard to Google. Fuck's sake. Oh man, you guys are really, really not helping me with the way your names work. Best fight picks. Jesus fucking Christ. Half the Battle is the name of the show. Best Fight Picks is the name of the site, if I remember right. Oh boy, I feel better now. Really good previous show. Mostly betting focused, and I've always really enjoyed. I think in the past you've even, Chris, listened to Dan Levy's podcast, Half the Battle.
No, with Shaq and
Shaq and Dan.
Yeah, Dan Levy.
Yeah. So he's now has a show with Dan Tom, one of their preview shows for this Line Movement MMA site called the Line Movement MMA Betting Show, and just really good. Like, you imagine if you were to combine two people who are good at betting shows on the same show. It's a good show. I would also like to salute them for being strong enough and proud enough to be able to just refer to each other as Dan all the time and not make it weird. Because that's the reason why I go by Pulver, and Chris will verify. I go by Pulver just in my life anyway. Fucking nobody calls me Chris but my girlfriend and my mother. But it's weird throwing to your co-host named Chris, and then your co-host throws back to you named Chris. And so throwing
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Anyways, Chris.
Exactly, Chris. And that's what I'm talking.
So I want to make it weird. All right, Christopher here.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's why seeing Dan and Dan toss back and forth to each other like that is it's some real like Sean Sheehan breakdown kind of thing where Sean Sheehan throws to Sean Sheehan, but it's actually two different people. So
what's your middle initial, for example? Because that's the only D as a dog,
as in Douglas. Yeah.
Douglas, yeah, you go. I want to say, what's up, CD?
Yo, could I be more white, Christopher Douglas?
That for me,
my dad's name is Douglas.
Yeah, what's me then? CJ, right?
I mean,
James. Yeah.
Exactly.
Just like every Christopher James.
Yo, we all the white people, Chris. Let's not get it twisted. But yeah, overall, just a great fucking show, and I highly recommend it. Let's see, Chris. Before we get to the other segment, which, oh god, it's gonna be a long one. Do you have any MMA podcasts you want to give a shout out to as honorable mention?
Yeah, honorable mention the Co-Main Event podcast, episode 409.
409.
I didn't have. Wait, isn't that a fucking?
Yeah, dog. You gotta giddy up, bro.
Wait, is that a Beach Boys song?
Yeah,
Am I
dog,
tripping?
giddy up.
It was. Yeah. Okay.
409. 409. Giddy up, 409. I've honestly been listening to a lot of like old 50s surf rock this week. Dude, I honestly figured out why I like
52s?
Dude, more like Jan and Dean and the Beach Boys, but like I have fucked with some B-52s. I could see where all of my punk influences came from, and it's from fucking 50s surf rock. Just double timed with a distortion pedal, basically. But yeah, dude, episode 409 was great. They talk about Kingdom, and they also talk about
that's right.
The odds of a lot of odds talk in that episode of like, hey, you have $20 you never want to see again. Who are you picking?
They also mentioned, do you think this is quite possibly the only title shot Masvidal will ever have? Well, unless he wins.
Yeah.
But.
Well, and they mentioned maybe the greatest idea that's ever come out of Fight Island, which is it's not Fight Island if there isn't DC and Bisping doing a side commentary option that you can select where they're just drinking Mai Tais in a pool and watching the fights, which is fucking the easiest, cheapest, and best option ever that the UFC could do. And I guarantee it would get them subscribers, and I guarantee DC and Bisping would drink Mai Tais in a pool and watch fights. So what the fuck?
Even get Paul Felder in there as like a secondary analyst too, because I
think they mentioned that. Yeah,
he's semi-retired, right?
I think he's joking about it mostly.
Okay.
I think it's mostly like him, like joking. Like I think he's not interested in fighting during a pandemic if he can just instead do commentary. You know.
Well, because I saw that one thing that was trending even on SportsCenter. That guy tweeted at Paul saying, "Hey Paul, in my opinion, you're a better commentator than fighter." And then Paul replied saying, "Oh, are you willing to say that to my face?" And the guy said, "No, you would kick my ass. This is why I clearly said it on Twitter." And then Paul's like, "Fair enough."
Yeah, checks out.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, at least the guy was honest.
Well, and also like, don't have to be a dick. Like it was a compliment.
Yeah,
like he is a better commentator than fighter. I would say that.
Yeah.
He's a great fighter. I like him on commentary a lot. Like, and also he doesn't have to get hit in the face for a living to do that. Let's see. Do you have any other honorable mentions?
I think that's it for me.
So my honorable mentions, the MMA Vivisection episode 53, which you guys are gonna hear a clip of on the break.
I haven't heard that show in a while.
Yeah, well, it's because they only do it on off weeks.
Okay.
They only do it the MMA not MMA Vivisection. I'm sorry. It's the I did this again. I did this on Twitter fucking a couple weeks ago. It's the MMA Depressess.
Oh, okay.
Because they only do that on off weeks. I can't believe I even wrote it down wrong. The problem is like when you start blending Zane Simon, Conor Bush, and Phil McKenzie together, like whatever name I write down when I start hearing those voices is like one of three, you know.
So how soon have they already done Adesanya and Romero, or is it mostly they start from older fights? I can't remember.
I think that's still too good of a fight to put on that show. which is impressive because, well, for comparison, in this episode they did Alvey versus Ryan Spann.
Oh, it was a weird
It was not that long ago, and it was really bad. That was the one where he got the standing arm triangle on.
Yeah, and I
Alvey.
remember Alvey was just all red, like looking into the camera. Yeah.
They also did Hughes versus Renzo Gracie, which is a bad fight. And they also did Tito Ortiz versus Rashad Evans 1, which is a bad fight. Which is why they call that show MMA Depressed. If you guys haven't seen it before, it's Phil McKenzie, Conor Bush, and Zane Simon, and it's fucking hilarious. But you guys will hear a clip on the break that they said during the Renzo Gracie fight. That is, all I'll say is it's very apropos of Renzo Gracie throughout the last week. It's also hilarious that after this episode, Renzo got so mad about Conor Bush talking shit about him quoting Himmler that he literally started calling Conor Bush, I think, a goat or like a dog or something. It's really dumb. Yeah, it's a good time. Worth checking out for sure.
Yeah, so speaking of that, if you don't mind me mentioning real quick, I remember the reason I learned about, besides you texting me as well, the Himmler quotation, the unfortunate Himmler quotation from Renzo. Ariel Helwani.
Oh, you mean which time? Because he quoted it back in like 2012.
And I ended up looking at the link, and I looked at it, and yeah, it's really bad. Fuck Renzo Gracie.
When he just keeps doubling down, he's like...
that brings me to this, and this is off topic, and for
No,
anyone...
it's very on topic, because it's on topic of how MMA journalism is a fucking farce.
Okay, so Ariel acknowledged... in the NFL, just the past few days, wide receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles, Deshaun Jackson, on his Instagram story, I think it was just Instagram, but it doesn't matter. He had
outed himself as a racist.
Out himself as an anti-Semite and a racist. He quoted, apparently it was not a real quote from Adolf Hitler, but either way, it basically...
That's kind of worse, because then you're giving Hitler
denounces Jewish people from Israel, or just modern Jews, where you're Ashkenazi Jew, or just Jewish in general, your ancestors from Israel, as fake Jews, and basically just white people, and that it took the route of the black Israelites saying
Jesus. He's going
black
through all the... Hip-hop is having the same
Israel,
fucking... Hip-hop's having the same problem with some
and
people.
that Judaism started in Africa, right? And I remember rapper and fellow anti-Semite and piece of shit Ice Cube tweeted
I was looking about that part.
He tweeted a shit ton of anti-Semitic stuff. He's an asshole. Anyways, Deshaun Jackson quoted that.
Shouts out to actors, huh?
Yeah, and so Deshaun Jackson quoted that saying, "Oh yeah, truth, right?" Unfortunately, Steven Jackson, former NBA player Steven Jackson, who is a great proponent in the Black Lives Matters movement, was right. Basically doubled down saying, "Oh, all I see is the truth." And then I saw a tweet saying, "Okay, Steven, what's the truth?" And ironically, it was a quote from the Bible. Go have you.
That's always a good sign. You're definitely not going to say something anti-Semitic if you quote the Bible. So
Ariel just blasted the shit out of Steven saying, I'm disappointed in you, blah, blah, blah. Any sort of intolerance, cannot be tolerated, which everyone with a fucking brain knows. The point is, Ariel, you denounced, and a bunch of other NFL black athletes, black NFL players kind of sided, unfortunately, with Deshaun and defended him. Luckily, he's been fined, right? Not suspended or cut, because the owner of the Eagles is Jewish. Anyways,
that's how players do.
Long story short, where was Ariel,
for the Renzo shit? Oh, he was off. He was putting him on a show.
Like,
10
dude,
years
if I'm
afterwards.
Jewish, goddamn well I'm putting every single motherfucker on blast. If you're promoting or agreeing, like,
if you care,
yeah.
If you don't care, you don't care. That's fine. Don't open your fucking mouth.
Yeah, and so
it's embarrassing. It's one of the most clear,
shows,
egregious conflicts of interest.
Anti-Semitism is everywhere. It's not exclusive to any race. It's just intolerant.
That too, yeah,
it's
fuck
but
Nazis.
Unfortunately, there is a apparent anti-Semitic thought process with a lot of black athletes, and a lot of that has to do with piece of shit Louis Farrakhan.
It also is like a weird race and rap like thing that's been going on. It's been going on in rap for a while now, and it's like a weird thing.
Yeah, I know.
It's like
I
it's
think
very
some part of
fucking
Wu-Tang, I think
Instagram
Wu-Tang
deep
was involved with that at some point.
Yeah, but like yes and no, because like they've always been against like basically corporations and the Illuminati and all that. Like none of it. Like at a certain point, you end up talking about like skull and bones societies, and you're like, what are we even doing anymore?
And I'll say this as a white person, I'll never speak on behalf of the interest of black people or black culture.
No, but I'll for sure speak on behalf of anyone shitting on
anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Well, having grown up with both black people and Jewish people, fuck anybody who doesn't like black people or Jewish people. That seems real easy.
So it was tough, man. Seeing some athletes that I thought I liked, and I'm like, well, including, and I'll call him out right now, Shannon Sharp. Come on, dude. I liked you a lot.
Bro.
And now you're siding with Louis Farrakhan?
Well, and also, I didn't like you a lot, but, like, also, Jesus Christ, bro, read the room.
Yeah, say it to yourself. Yeah. More like, Shannon. Come on, dude.
Anyway. Let's see. So, some other stuff I have for this week. I mentioned that Max Friedman is leaving the Loudmouth MMA Breakdown show, and so their last episode was Loudmouth Breakdown UFC 251. It was a good show. Marcel throws some shade at a certain female journalist who, I would argue, you can see receiving money from a promotion in Asia if you do the homework on it. And she might or may not be a large editor at a website in the West Coast, but nobody likes to talk about that. She also is pretty not great to engage with. So I thought that was interesting to see her also, them talk about her also just like going after Marcel for, I believe Marcel was like, hey, maybe don't stand up for Henzo right now, bro. If I remember right, was the conversation. Or it was one of those types of conversations, if nothing else. So yeah, anyway. And like I mentioned before, you guys will hear the great clip from MMA Depress Us that we were talking about. Some other shows that were really good. Holy shit, dude. So, I don't know how much I can say about this, but Keith Schillen is now involved in the Sherdog Radio Network. And they are making an effort to kind of do new stuff with the Sherdog Radio Network. I don't know how much I can say, and I don't know a ton either. I intentionally kind of have not asked too many questions because I don't, it's hard. I don't like being the guy who knows too much and can't say shit because I have a big mouth and I drink too much. So I like knowing just enough to where I can tease something without actually knowing all the facts, which is what this is. But I do know that the Sherdog Radio Network is something to keep an eye on in the near future. And it was really cool to hear Keith Schillen do a breakdown for UFC 251, a roundtable with Ben Duffy and Craig Allen. And so I am very curious to see how that goes going forward. I love Craig Allen. I love Ben Duffy. I love Keith Schillen. So that's an easy catch for me. I mean, if you guys want to break down, definitely worth it. Let's see. Chris, we got to all your honorable mentions, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run through the rest of these then, since I have too many to get in detail on. Wrestling for MMA episode 12. Ed Gallo is hosting that show, and it's really fucking good. And he talked a bit about the Rumble on the Rooftop event, and then he did it kind of via, I believe it was a Patreon guest. He talked a lot about Team Quest, and their kind of took a look at their wrestling credentials as well as kind of like what their credentials mean in the sport, for lack of a better phrase, I guess. But I really like that show, and Ed's one of those dudes who I don't pretend to know. I know nearly enough about any particular art in the sport, and so listening to a guy like Ed who's so deep into wrestling and hearing him kind of rattle off the credentials of guys like Randy Couture, Matt Lindland, Chael Sonnen, and kind of then explain what each of those credentials mean. Like, hey, this means they qualified out of this many people, and hey, All-American means they were top 8 or whatever at the time, or like that kind of stuff that gives an actual context to what these awards and credentials mean.
Yeah,
it's like really interesting, and it's something that I really have been enjoying. So big shots for that.
I've always wanted to kind of get more further involved in kind of just really being able to identify as well too how some of those awards work with wrestling, especially in the NCAA.
Wrestling, yeah, like because all my collegiate wrestling knowledge comes from when I was in high school and my buddy was wrestling. We'd just hang out and watch like fucking wrestling matches on TV all the time.
Yeah, especially with how NCAA is divided up. On the West Coast you have the Pac-12, then in the Midwest you get the Big Ten.
Well, and also we're
South you get SEC.
Well, we're from San Diego. There is no wrestling here, really. Like we're on the division ranking.
Poway has always had great wrestling.
They have okay wrestling, but like,
great for. I'm saying great for our.
Great for SoCal, yeah. We're not. But you want to have a surfing competition? I'm sure we'd do all right, but.
And I'll let you continue. Obviously, I do have one more mention. I'll mention at the end, or
go for it. That's a good segue in.
God damn it! Oh, and I also forgot to mention the beer I'm drinking.
Oh yeah,
it's the other single I got. Right? Pariah Brewing. I think I've featured them before. This one's called Passion of the Kiwi.
Ooh, dude, I love Pariah. I actually was out there for
It's a Berliner style Weiss. It's a wheat ale. It's a style of that. It's a wheat ale brewed with passion fruit, whole dried kiwi flesh, and pink guava. And I like since they called it Passion of the Kiwi. They have a long text, but it says Christ, that's good.
That sounds delicious.
On the nose,
dude.
and this is really solid. Only 4.2 ABV, 5 IBUs. Very, very good. I like it.
Doing great shit.
And as you can tell, the theme of the beers I've been drinking are fruity, kind of kiwi, islandy, kind of. I couldn't find that one Tiki C though. I want to get like an island thing going.
There you go.
I part of me wanted to get Coronado Brewing because Coronado's technically an island.
Oh yeah.
But they had a bunch of double IPAs and IPAs. I'm like,
Yeah, I just got a bunch of sours and stuff anyway, so. Cool, man. Let's see. Heavy Hands episode 324 was really good. Just really, really solid breakdown of the fights this weekend, as well as Heavy Hands bonus episode on Patreon, Farmer vs. Equipment, where Conor Rebus realizes that Phil McKenzie hates Jessica Andrade, and it gets really funny. Also, he brings up that Leonardo Santos is back because the blood moon is rising again, and so he is back to fighting. Co-main event podcast. They are doing a movie club, which we've talked about in the past, how their movie clubs are a lot of fun. They're watching the TV show Kingdom now. Yep. It won their voting, and holy fuck is it a lot of fun. Also, they're realizing a lot of things that I realized when I watched Kingdom, which is, oh shit, this show is actually really good. Like, it's not really good, but it's way better than it has any reason to be. So definitely recommend that. It's a lot of fun, and hearing Chad Dundas and Ben Folks be like, oh shit, look at Chris Lieben show up in the background saying he can't pay gym fees, but also getting a deal with the guy who owned the gym, and then the lady who has to run the gym getting mad about it. Like, a lot of good Jackson Wink comparisons. It's a lot of fun. MMA fighting, Damon Martin did an interview with Ben Askren about kind of taxes and fighter pay, which was really interesting. Thought that was really good. The Wocast did an episode called TKOs and Crumpets, where they talk a lot about Henzo's terrible post about Gina Carano, talk about Mike Perry a bunch. This was before Mike Perry turned into before he checked into rehab, I guess, which is the latest I've heard. And then Gina at one point does have the quote, this is not a direct quote, but something along the lines of, as a black woman, do you think I'm supposed to like Mike Perry? Which is real good. Also, Wocast for The Hard Way, could be a contender, was a really good one. I believe the quote that Gina had in that one in regards to G's quote about Gina Carano's Instagram post was, we all want titties that sit like that. Which was fucking beautiful. I'm telling you.
Wonder if it was the one post she had. I think
it was 100%. Yeah,
Right?
yeah. She was talking about how unfair it is for someone like Henzo to get all mad about it. She's like, man, it was such a positive moment. Me and all my girlfriends were like sharing that around. Like, god damn, let's go to the gym. How do we get titties this and like that? and then Henzo has to ruin it with his fucking man thoughts. And I was like, dude, there's no better example of why you all need to start listening to the WOCast. WHOACAST. Dude, I'm telling you, they are doing really cool, interesting things. And Gina is a fucking... We owe a lot to Gina in this sport. And I don't mean Carano. I mean G. We need more people like G talking on mics about this sport. More people like Danielle Riendo, too. That's a good segue. Shouts out to Danielle Riendo with the show Fan Bite, where she talked about, on episode 21, talked about Orange Cassidy versus Chris Jericho, the AEW match, which sounds ridiculous. And they also talked about Masvidal versus Till and the flying dick kick that opened it, which is real funny as well. Let's see. Co-main event Power Hour. They talk about Lesnar versus Carwin. Severe MMA, episode 268. Philip O'Connor guested with Sean Sheehan. And there's a lot of COVID talk, as well as Brendan Shaw being a trash person, and a UFC 251 preview. And then, Joe Rogan Experience, episode 1503 with Josh Barnett was pretty good. Josh Barnett brought his whiskey and his knives, and that's pretty cool. He also learns motherfuckers on why you should buy cheap vodka, because expensive vodka is a lie. Because vodka is not supposed to taste or smell like anything. So if you're paying a lot for vodka, it means you're paying a lot for it to smell like and taste like nothing, which is a farce. And that's why we recommend Pop On Vodka, Chris. All right. Well, on that note, we are going to take a break finally. Now that we've done 2 hours on podcast, because holy shit,
your podcast is too long,
dude. 100% it is, and 100% it's because I listen to. We have talked about a third of the podcast that I listen to.
To be fair, it's going to be even longer because his fight card's pretty great on paper.
It is, however, the main card is a lot. Main card's great. The rest of the card is good, but like a lot of those seem like they're going to be shit kicking. So we will be right back. But in the meantime, oh my god, do you guys want to hear the greatest Himmler-Henzo joke I've heard over the last week? Because it's real good. So in the meantime, wasn't this clip of the MMA Vivisect? Nope. God damn it. I wrote it wrong in 2 separate places. This is the MMA Depressed Us with Phil McKenzie, Zane Simon, and Connor Rebush for, what was the actual name of this fucking episode? Oh, right. I got it wrong. So I don't... Oh, episode 53. Where you can listen to them talk about Matt Hughes versus Renzo Gracie and why Renzo shouldn't give up. So we will be right back.
Liked by the sound of violence.
My honor is my loyalty. Can you imagine being so insightful as to come up with a quote like that? So meaningful.
Also, give up, Henzo. You can do it. You can do it.
You
Heinrich would
gotta
never
stop a fight.
Don't let Heinrich down.
Heinrich would never give up like this, apart from he did because he committed suicide.
Come on, Henzo, you can do it.
Liked by the sound of violence.
And I'm thinking, how do we get in on this? And I have a program I've now come up with called whitening. And the whitening program is 3 steps, very simple. It'll handle all these problems at once. This is how we fix all the white people that cause this. 1, we go to them and tell them, you are white. Remember always, you are white. They're not white and you are white. So be aware that you are white. 2, no matter how precarious your situation is, no matter how on the edge of poverty, what problems you have, you're better off than they are because you are white. And 3 is, the 3rd step, very important, is that because of that, because you're white, there are people that are not white that should be where you are. So remember that. Now, none of that's going to help. It's actually going to make things worse. But that's the beauty of the program. The beauty of the program is it's going to make things worse, so they got to hire us for even more white.
Oh!
And it's a self-replicating thing. So,
and this thing, it dovetails quite nicely with a book that I've been working on for quite a while. It'll be out next week. It's called Whitey Fragile. It's totally different. It's totally different from white fragility.
You better not have stole my UFC analogy in that book, because I have a whole analogy for my whitening, which goes very well with your whitey fragility, is that UFC, the situation we're on is a lot like the UFC with Dana White competing against all the promotions, which I call pride. So you got white and you got pride. And we have to figure a way to put those together under one umbrella.
I didn't see that coming. I did not see. Yeah, you got it.
Liked by the sound of violence.
My honor is my loyalty. Can you imagine being so insightful as to come up with a quote like that? So meaningful.
Also, give up, Henzo. You can do it. You can do
Oh,
it.
you
Heinrich
coward.
would
Gotta
never.
stop a fight.
Don't
Guy
let
has that
Heinrich
hand.
down.
Oh.
Heinrich would never give up like this, apart from he did because he committed suicide.
Come on, Enzo, you can do it.
Are you excited about it all? liked by the sound of violence.
My honor is my loyalty. Can you imagine being so insightful as to come up with a quote like that? So meaningful.
Also,
Give up, Henzo. You can do it. You can do
Oh,
it.
you
Heinrich
coward.
would
gotta
never.
stop a fight.
Don't
Guy
let
has
Heinrich
hand
down.
up.
Heinrich would never give up like this, apart from he did because he committed suicide.
Come on, Henzo, you can do it.
Civilization at its finest. We reach a peak of our generation. Are you excited about it all?
All right, everyone, we're back.
Yeah, we are.
We're back to cover UFC 251 pay-per-view. Usman versus Masvidal, also known as UFC Fight Island.
That's right.
Definitely not on an island, and I forgot to mention this podcast with your boy Jack Slack. As much as they want you to believe that they're fighting outside the beach, that's not the case because it's going to be way too hot. And I don't think it'd be safe if you're all cut up and bleeding and walking a bunch of sand.
I do believe it's projected to be around 119 during the
So,
main event.
are you saying? So, what are the odds? Brought to you unofficially by Best Fight Odds. That there's functioning air conditioning.
John Morgan, so take it. This is with a grain of salt. Said that it was relatively cool and much cooler than he expected in the building. So I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. Although I will say, Chris, I'm going to send you a link for the beer I am drinking because Chris can't see it, as you guys can see.
But I can hear it.
Yeah, this is the Creative Creature Sour Smoothie Ale, which is the one with what is it, acai and raspberry. Pretty fucking Fight Island related, I'd like to say, for the record. It's literally a strawberry and an acai berry fighting with a KO meter over the top of them.
That's pretty great.
On an island-looking area. So, yeah, man, I feel like I picked that one pretty well.
Nice. I am still drinking on the Passion of the Kiwi. Christ, this is Passion of the Kiwi. But I also have another beer since I'm almost done with this one. I've never had this. I had this beer already, but I've never tried this brewery from San Diego. Epic Brewing.
Yeah, Epic is good. They're around a lot. They don't get a lot of love.
Summer, but I think it's actually like a blonde. But it's good. It's an easy drinking beer.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've always had good shit. So I don't.
Yeah, I know the only
do not
location
know.
I know of them, and I need to get some beer to go. Is I think they're by the waterfront, down at the harbor.
Somewhat. I know they're around places like you see kegs of it over at places like Tap House and all that. So yeah, they definitely make really good really solid IPAs. If there's
And I know
nothing
their
on
stout. They have an imperial stout. I believe it's supposed to be really good.
that's right. That's the one that did really good on that
That pole.
poll. Yeah, I believe it was
I think
Society,
it won.
the Butcher, the Epic, big stout, and then
Yeah, Epic won, and I
New
think
English. I think was the other
New
one.
English
right?
was like a runner-up for the Zoom bar, and basically, it's if you're an imperial stout guy. I mean, you just look at the results of that poll.
Evidently, dude, because for that to beat out both Zoom Bar and the stout from I just mentioned it.
Society, the Butcher.
Thank you. Yeah, the Butcher.
Yeah.
The Zoom Bar and the Butcher are two of my favorite stouts, and they're so different. So for it to blow both those out of the water is huge.
Yeah, so they're on my radar. I'm glad to be supporting them. Anyways, let's get into this. We got a hell of a card in general.
Let's kick this motherfucking muley.
At least according to Tapology, the first card, the first fight just of the night or of the morning local time in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I was gonna say regular time, our time, I believe.
Yes. So of the evening for us, morning for them, is a men's bantamweight bout between American fighter Martin Day, the record of 8-3, going up against British fighter Davy Grant.
Yeah, and I guess we should say off the top, I don't know about you, I've done zero tape study this week because
I have also done absolutely zero tape study. I will admit right now, if you just were to say who are you picking to win, I'm saying Davy Grant because I know who he is and I am not familiar with Martin Day. No
Me too. Also, though, because Davy Grant looked great against Popov. That being said, Popov is a dude you should look good against based on his record. Before that, two back-to-back losses against Manny Bermudez and Damian Stesiak. Like, Manny Bermudez, no shame. Damian Stesiak, I mean, also a tough loss, but like, I mean, you got to win. If your two fights before that is a win over Chito Vera and a loss to Chris Holdsworth, like, you got to at least give dude a decent chance, especially with the size disparity that I think will probably be apparent in this, right? No, actually, he's smaller. I always think that Davey Grant is a big dude, but I guess he's not compared to Martin Day. That's interesting. Martin Day out of Hawaii.
Yeah, and I'll give you the odds on that because I'm leaning Davey Grant. Trying to think what odds. I'm not going to say the odds. I'm going to go.
Oh, yeah, don't say where, but yeah.
I'll just go with we've been going with.
Yeah.
So the odds say Grant is a plus 139, okay, to a minus 167 in favor of Martin Day.
Okay. To be fair, I do remember the Pyongyang Liu fight being competitive, and I do remember him smoking dudes in the lead up to that fight. But him being out from injuries since 2018, no. I got to go Davey Grant via probably decision.
So, yeah, I'm going to go decision as well. So, next up we have on this card, unfortunately, she missed weight. Brazilian fighter Vanessa Melo, her fighter nickname being Miss Simpatia, which in Spanish and also Portuguese, I would imagine it means Miss Nice, or like simpatico.
Something like that.
That's just my guess. With the Latin derivative, right?
Well, yeah, simpatico is like, yeah.
She's going up against fellow Brazilian fighter Carol Rosa. Look at her picture here, and that's the most interesting Punisher logo meets Mickey Mouse, which technically isn't wrong because
and
Disney
is also
Marvel,
illegal.
But that's just yeah. So that's actually not wrong. That's accurate. But
wait. Is Miss Simpatia Miss Congeniality?
Okay.
Is that like a 1-to-1 translation? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. I looked it up and I started saying Miss Congeniality shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, Netflix.com, Miss Simpatia. And then it's like, fucking Películas de Hollywood, like Gente Gracie Hart,
I like
FBI necessitari. Más que una manera de gato para participar.
Okay.
Yeah. Essentially, FBI agent Sandra Bullock.
So,
I fucks with that nickname, actually. That's pretty good.
So Vanessa Melo is on a current 2-fight skid. She had lost a unanimous decision to Irene Aldana, who is probably going to get a title shot at some point at 135.
One of the hardest runs ever in the UFC is Irene Aldana and Tracy Cortez back-to-back. That's fucking rough, man.
And her opponent, Carol Rosa, had a fuckload of cancel bouts against Julia Avila.
Fights in like Espada and shit like that. I gotta go Mello on this, probably. Just, again, I'm going completely off of strength of schedule. And, I mean, if you're going to decisions against people like Irene Aldana and Trace Cortez,
we saw when Irene Aldana did over that one chick. She deaded her with her fucking, like, right straight.
Well, and I don't care what year it is. If you get a decision win over J.M. Finney, fucking, that says something, you know?
Let's see here. The odds brought to you by Seamus, R.I.P.
Yeah, I forgot about that, dude. Hell yeah, Chris. That made me happy.
Let's see. The odds brought to you by Seamus.
That's right. You can see him on the wall behind me. He's the orange looking. He's the one with the fucker with the orange background.
We got Carol Rosa at a minus 263, favored over plus 213 of Vanessa Mello. So take that as you will, or don't.
Yeah.
We're not asking you to care. We're just giving you the odds.
Okay. That seems like some. I clearly, again, zero tape study, so I must clearly be misremembering how this matchup is gonna go. Also, it's women's.
There too. Yeah.
To be fair, also it's women's 135. So like, fucking, you ever want a coin flip of a fight?
So next up, we have a men's flyweight. That division still exists apparently.
Theoretically, despite everyone's best efforts.
Between a guy who sounds like he's out of Street Fighter and Kazakhstani fighter Zalgas Zumagulov.
To be fair, he's out of the highest training gym ever.
Oh shit! Erkin Kush. Where's Borat when we need him too? Very nice. Half five. Going up against Brazilian fighter Julian Paiva, I think. 19-3 record. Zalgas. Well, where have we seen this guy?
Big win over Ali Bags over.
I'm already leaning towards him, and he beat Tyson Nam. Oh damn.
Yep.
Okay, so my eggs are in this guy's basket so far. How about
pause.
Like no, we're keeping on playing.
Okay, we keep going.
Keep him going.
So
let's
stupid.
See. It's such a fucking like it's just homophobic shit, right? It's like
it's like jokes about homophobes.
It's fun to joke.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I agree.
It's a meta. It's a
joke
about homophobes. Let it be known.
It is fun to joke. Julian Paiva, last time we saw him, he had an impressive. Oh yeah, he knocked out Mark De La Rosa. Oh shit, another impressive win. Well, not in the striking range.
I mean, like it's not impressive, you know.
Yeah, I'm still gonna go with Mr. Street Fighter Zalgas.
Yeah. Yeah, you got wins over Ali Bags and Tyson Nam, especially Ali Bags within the last year, and Tyson Nam, like just from what this record is, let's just say I don't have enough faith in Julian Paiva's offensive jiu-jitsu to get a.
You probably also won't have faith in his odds because Julian Paiva is favored at a minus.
Wait, minus?
So I just
Paiva is a minus?
Odds. Yeah, he's a minus 175 to a plus 145 to Zalgas Zumagulov.
I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot after this card.
Dude, this card is so confusing so far.
Well, to be fair, I've done zero. Like we should say it again. We've done zero tape study, so this is either going off of records or style matchups or what I remember of people.
Like, fuck MMA math, but again, his MMA math really kind of added up.
No, it's always garbage. No. And to be fair, I would like to highlight again, I made the executive decision to pay way more attention to the MMA podcasts that were good than to preview fights because, honestly, I feel like our opinion on MMA podcasts is far more worthwhile than our opinion on fight matchups, to be honest.
Fuck. Going from a kiwi-flavored Berliner Weiss to a blonde summer ale. Wow, that just altered my palate. Okay. And next up we got...
What summer ale, fucker?
Summer ale.
Oh, wait, like the fucking Sam Adams?
Wait, what?
What summer ale?
The Epic.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I forgot that's what that was.
On Untapped, it says it's a blonde, but on here it says it's a summer ale. So it tastes more like a summer ale than a blonde.
It's probably pretty similar. Like, what's the difference? One has fruit.
Yeah, that's definitely more on the summer ale instead of blonde, but it's pretty similar either way. Anyways, that doesn't matter. Next, we have a heavyweight bout between Polish fighter and veteran Marcin Tybura going up against the Russian version of Max Griffin, Maxim Grishin.
Yeah.
I know that's a terrible joke, but had to say it.
Maxim Grishin has been around for fucking ever.
37-2.
When was his first fight? 08? Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this guy's a vet.
No, he's fought fucking everybody. Like
36. Marcin Tybura has been around for a little while. Okay, so last time we saw Marcin Tybura in UFC, he had a decision victory over Sergey Spivak. Before that, he had lost 2 straight to Augusto Sakai and Shamil Abdurakhimov. Let's see, the Russian Max Griffin. I probably shouldn't call him that. Maximus. This is UFC debut. He is a PFL veteran where he has a plethora.
There you go.
Different victories, methods of victories.
Yeah, PFL wins or draws.
Yeah.
And also, it should be noted, PFL
Mikhail
draws are a weird thing.
Yeah.
Because PFL draws are kind of given to people. Like,
I gotta lean Marcin, but I think I'm gonna go with this guy, the Russian Max Griffin.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, Maxim Grishin has been around forever, fought everybody in Europe. I mean, especially in the PFL. Like, he's been around the PFL the entire time. The reason why I'm going to take Marcin Tybura is because he doesn't have the Otmok Fight Club logo.
Ooh, yeah.
Because, like, fuck picking fighters who
I
are
was
from
looking at his
Otmok.
t-shirt. I'm like, where do I recognize that?
Yeah, no, that's the fucking that's the Russian Nazi who's killing gay people.
I'll say this.
That's who's on
if I
his
had
t-shirt.
money on the line, I'd probably go with Grishin for no... But ethics-wise, since I don't have money on the line, I gotta go with Tybura. Actually, but wait, no, that doesn't make sense. If I had money on the line, I would get rid of that money on the line because my ethics tells me go fuck yourself to Russian Max Griffin. So,
There you
yeah.
go. So, back the other way.
We're going to Tybura. Decision. The odds are about dead even at about minus 110, and it says minus 109. So it's easy. Other odds have them at minus 111. It's a dead. It's just they're dead even. So take that as you will. Next up, we have a lightweight bout between UFC veteran Brazilian Leonardo Santos going up against Russian fighter, my cousin Roman Bogatov.
Oh, okay, that's a very different cousin.
Usteno. Leonardo Santos is 4 years old. Holy shit, I didn't know that.
Oh, I feel like he's gonna get stomped out. Oh wait, no.
And his last fight, he had a victory over Stevie Ray Vaughan. And not to be confused with the blues player more like the badass guitarist who died in a helicopter crash. Not that Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray from Scotland. Just so we don't confuse all you Stevie Ray Vaughan fans who are just now tuning in. Let's see. Roman Bogatov. This is his UFC debut. His previous promotion was M1, where he likes to choke people with arm triangle and Bravo. So submission specialist. Leonardo Santos, if I recall correctly, is also a submission specialist.
He fights once every year and a half, and I believe as Conor Rebush said, the Blood Moon rose once again, so Leonardo Santos is back in the octagon.
I am gonna go with this Russian guy.
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm not.
Going with the Russian guy, Roman.
I'm definitely going with Leonardo Santos, probably via... I'm going to go TKO first.
See, I've done 0 tape studies, so it's kind of like...
I have as
I know
well.
Santos should win, he's a vet, but he barely fights. And I'm just like, fuck it, it's in Abu Dhabi, and maybe if it goes to decision, the Abu Dhabians, I don't know what you call it, the United Arab... The Arabs, is that
the slave traders?
Yes.
Or,
let's be real. The slave traders, they're gonna side with the Russians. They're gonna side with the Russians because the Russians invaded Afghanistan, not them.
And also the Russians pay their fucking rent.
So the slave traders will go with the Russian Roman.
Did you have a bet on Bogatov?
Yeah, it's going to be a sweaty decision.
Yeah. By the way, sweaty decision is a good pick for a lot of these fights, considering
Oh,
how
no,
hard
you're
it's
going
going
to
to
be
be.
hearing that a lot. The sweaty decision.
For sure. Actually, to make it sure, so I had Tybura by decision in the last one. You had Tybura by what? Or did you have Tybura, or do you have Grayson?
I did, yeah. I switched over because I can't support.
Right.
I can't support homophobia and extermination of gay people under.
Okay, so you're going decision, I'm guessing.
Yeah, for Tybura. Sweaty decision.
There you go. For Paiva, who'd you have?
I had Zalgus.
No, I mean, sorry, for the fight. What method did you have?
Oh, I have Zalgus via knockout. Why not? Actually, no, it's flyweight. What am I talking about? I have decision, sweaty decision.
Okay. Yeah, so sweaty decision.
Flyweight.
Dude, so sweaty decision is the move for all these fights, right?
Yeah, so far. And then the odds brought to you by Sheamus.
Yeah, it is.
We got
Best boy.
the good boy.
The
We got
best
Leonardo Santos at minus 185 to plus 153 of Roman.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, and this
yeah, the odds are always weird with Leonardo Santos because, like, also he looks good, but like he also gets fucked up in a lot of his fights on the feet.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, okay. Anyways, moving on to Mr. Finland here at featherweight.
God
Mark
damn it.
Americani with this motherfucker. And
Mr.
his,
Topology picture, you mean?
yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, he's at SBG. No surprise.
Yeah.
He's going up against Scottish fighter Danny the Hatchet Henry. Last time we saw Makwan Americani, he got knocked the fuck out by Shane Burgos, which is no shame getting knocked the fuck out by Shane Burgos. Did you see that fight he did against Josh Emmett? God damn.
Yeah.
That was a fucking straight banger.
This is a great style matchup, like, and just overall matchup. This is a fucking great fight.
Danny Henry, I don't think I'm too familiar. Oh, wait, I did see him get choked out though by Danny Ige quick.
Yeah,
No,
and he got that win over Hakeem Dawaju where he fucking caught the guillotine right away.
was
And
a big
then
fight.
he
You
beat
know
the
what? I think I'm leaning
bad
Henry.
tamer.
I think I'm leaning Henry on this one.
Yeah, I see. I'm going really back and forth on this, but I gotta take Makwan Americani. I mean, if you're going, like, again, this is all based on my memory of these dudes' styles and not actually doing any tape study, which bears repeating because I feel like if I actually watched tape study, I would have probably a different take. But Makwan Americani, the problem Makwan Americani has had, I feel like, in his losses, especially against Shane Burgos and Arnold Allen, is he ends up on the back foot and on his back. And I don't think that's going to be the case against Danny Henry, because I don't think Danny Henry can out-wrestle him. And so I think Makwan Americani is going to be able to play an outside game and get a decision win. I think I don't know if I said that backwards or not. I think Americani is going to be able to. Okay.
I got Henry, and this is...
Dude, I don't blame you, because if someone gets the finish in this fight, it's 100% Henry.
I got Henry by... I really wanted to say submission, but nah, he hasn't been submitted. I got Henry by sweaty decision.
Dude, that's not a bad pick, because also, Makwan does fade late. Like, he is faded late in a couple fights pretty significantly. And if his cardio is not up to par, he could fade halfway through the second, and it could get bad for him. So,
damn,
that's not a bad pick.
This card is real good.
Dude, yeah, this card is fucking awesome, right?
The odds brought to you by Sheamus. We got Danny Henry at plus 167 to minus 204 of Makwan and Americani. Mr.
Holy
Finland.
shit. Wait, minus or plus?
So I'll say once again, Danny Henry a plus 167 to a minus 204 of Makwan and Americani.
Okay.
Next up we got Elezu Zaleski, Izzy dos Santos.
Yeah.
Brazilian welterweight, 22 wins, 6 losses. It really doesn't matter if we mention the records. I just kind of like doing it.
I like doing it. I like hearing it.
going up against totally not Robert De Niro as Jake LaMotta, Muslim Salikov, the king of kung fu, one of the coolest fighter nicknames. 16-2.
Really great fighter, Jim.
That as well. Easy Dos Santos, last time we saw him, he had a unanimous decision victory over Alexei Kunchenko back in just March 14th. Okay, so literally right before the lockdown.
Yep.
Muslim
lost to
Salikov.
Jangling, where he was competitive early, but...
Muslim Salikov, last time we saw him, he defeated Laureano Starapoli via unanimous decision last October 26, 2019. I guess I just have to say last. It's almost been a fucking year, though. Jesus Christ.
I know, this year's been crazy.
Fuck, this is a tough one to call. But I think... Damn, because Salikov is spinning back kick finishes. He has an arm triangle finish, but...
He's super dynamic.
Izzy
Imagine
Dos Santos, though. Dude, I gotta go Izzy Dos Santos. My brain says Salikov via sweaty pro-Russian decision via the slave traders, but
Yeah.
I'm going Izzy Dos Santos. Fuck it.
I'm going to take Salikov via sway decision.
Fuck it. God, I want to say that, but...
Dude, just because...
I gotta agree with you. I'm sorry. It's...
No, you should stick with what you got, because you're probably right. Like, I feel like if this wasn't happening in the desert in Abu Dhabi, I would feel more... Like, I would feel more... I'd be able to pick Izzy Dos Santos a little easier.
By the way, can you imagine if Habib was on this card?
I mean, he was the last time they were at the same venue.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, it'd be even more massive. Like, you'd have him as probably, like, the main event versus, well, Gaethje now wouldn't line up. But, against someone. But...
his dad's too busy dying because of the disease that both the UFC
I love how you just say that in such a fucked up way.
Well, I mean, I give it as much credit as fucking... Like, first off, number one, yeah, it's horrible. I'd like to go ahead and say that.
I know.
But I talk about it in the same tone that Brennan Schaub and Dana White do, since they are the ones who are the ones talking about this. No.
Hey, fuckface, I'm the president of a massive organization. Fuck wearing a mask.
Everyone remember when fans got mad at Habib for not going and trying to fight? Everyone remember that part?
Yeah, I remember I saw on Twitter, I stay in Russia. Like, all right, bud. Yeah. His dad's not sick. Yeah.
By the way, I just saw someone ask in chat. Do you know when start time is for this? Here, I can pull it up while you're...
Like locally for us, or for like...
Well, just in general. Like, because I think that's on U.S. time. Here, I'll pull it up.
The U.S. main card is 7 p.m., 10 Eastern.
Is it?
It's 10 Eastern for the main card. I know that.
Okay.
So, which means 7 p.m. Pacific, which means the main prelims start at about 5:30, 5 o'clock.
That's good. I bet it's earlier than that. For the early prelims, here, why don't you while I look this up, why don't you keep going? But
I know the markability belt starts off the main cards. That's 7. So it's for the 6:30. 6.
Well, it should have start times on fuck. The thing I hate is that every website has gotten so
3:30 Pacific is my educated guess of when the very first fight starts.
I think you're right.
It's 3:30 Pacific would be my educated guess.
Yeah, I think you're right. So you said you had Easy, right?
Sorry, I just heard a loud noise outside of
You're good.
What?
You had Easy by what method?
I'm going submission. I'm going fuck. That's gonna be fun.
You got a round on that?
Actually, I lied. I got. No, he's not gonna knock it. No, I got submission. Yeah, I got round. It's gonna be round 3. It's gonna be a sweaty fight.
Whoa. Yeah, I got a sweaty Muslim decision, and that is
that could be worded. Nah, I guess it's not offensive.
I mean, his name is Muslim, so yeah. I don't know how else to phrase it.
Alhamdulillah. That's offensive. Not
really. Nope. No, it wasn't offensive until you did that one. But
it's not, because I'm just saying, glory be to God.
No, of course, we're already canceled, so nobody can even hear us at this point.
Oh yeah, cancel culture on Twitter. Bring it on, right?
No, please don't.
Please don't
bring it on.
It's a little too easy.
We apologize. We preempt. if you ever heard this podcast, we preemptively apologize for all the horror.
Shouts out to Will Smith and his wife and his whole family.
That's right, and whoever his wife is fucking. Shouts out to them too.
Yeah, his name is after a month. All
hey,
right,
to be fair, I'm a big fan of the Get Down. So Will and his offspring can do whatever the fuck they please.
Oh, that was that badass show on Netflix, huh?
Dude,
Yeah.
did you ever see that? It was so
Yeah.
good. Get Down. They had one of the coolest. The Grandmaster, or it's not Grandmaster Flash. It was who's the MC5 DJ? Fuck, I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Pete. I know Pete Rock had an involvement.
No, but it was like one of those dudes. But anyway, they have a
Grandmaster
scene.
Funk.
Yeah, maybe.
It was the other Grandmaster.
From Master Flex.
No, Grandmaster Flash.
Grandmaster Flash, the Furious Five. Yeah,
Flash.
100%. No, but they had a great scene where I never knew the fucking crayon trick. You know the crayon trick?
I don't think so.
You know how DJs queue up records?
Kind of.
They take a crayon, put it on the record, drag it all the way to the outside of the record, and now you know the exact point that the song that the breakbeat starts. So you do that on 2 records, and you can always play one, spin back the beat to the crayon mark, play the second, spin back the beat to the crayon mark, play the first, spin back the beat to the crayon mark, and that way you can just keep a beat going forever. It's beautiful. I never knew that before that. Like, I knew there was a secret to it, but I never knew the crayon trick. And it was a cool way they showed that, actually, in that show with the fucking... anyway.
Do you have a sweaty Muslim victory, or do you have just...
100% sweaty Muslim victory.
So, the odds
via very sweaty decision. By the way...
Seamus, inshallah, to Seamus.
Okay, come on, bro. I love it. I think it's the most offensive, and also it's great.
Shouts out to my coworker Jack, who's a massive boxing fan. Yeah. I always mess with him by going, Mike Tyson's Muslim, right? He's like, but no, this is the funny thing. I just go this, inshallah, brother, alhamdulillah, and he's like, dude, what are you doing to me right now? I'm like, come on.
Wait till he finds out about Muhammad Ali, bro.
God damn it. I'm like, Kamaru Usman, also another. Never mind. All right.
Also, we should note, Jack is very nice, and he's a strong, proud black man. So, for the record, right? Am I wrong about any of that?
Yeah, no. This is me messing with him.
No, 100%. And also, if you guys have been listening to the show, he's come on and fuck with us plenty too. So. I just want to put that out there.
Great, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to put that out there for the record about who we're talking
about. So the odds: Easy to Santos is a plus 110 to a minus 133 of Muslim Salikov, the king of kung fu. Next fight we have. Holy shit!
Yeah, you didn't know this was happening, did you?
No one is talking about, which they should.
Dude, one of the coolest fights on this card. Also, so weird. Such a weird matchup.
Biggest pre-USADA photo, of course, courtesy of Tapology, for Volkan Oezdemir, who has no time for USADA. Just kidding.
Or for Florida prison system, evidently.
Yeah. God damn it. He's going up against Ryzen champion? Or for Ryzen? Was it Ryzen?
No. It was Ryzen, right?
Thank you. Because I kept saying before...
Yeah.
And you corrected
me. You just fucked up CB Dalloway in the most unfair fight of all time.
God damn it. Well, to their merit, Ryzen light heavyweight champion.
Dude, to be fair,
I'm gonna say this wrong. Yuri Prochazka.
No, you literally nailed that.
Yuri Prochazka. His nickname is Denise.
Denisa or something like that.
I love, by the way, how his I was gonna say his henchman, the guy behind him, it looks like he belongs in an Austin Powers movie.
Oh, 100%. Except he looks like he got dropped into a vat of meat or something in an Austin Powers movie.
Or like cinnamon. Yeah. All right.
Cinnamon is actually the right answer. Good call. Also, it's racist.
Sure. All right, Volkan Oezdemir. Oh yeah, he fought Alexander Rakic. Damn.
Yeah, dude, that was a great fight. Fabio Maldonado, he fucked up. He fucked up King Mo real bad. Brandon
Wait,
Halsey.
are you talking about Prochazka.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about Vulcan.
Yeah, Vulcan. He fought fucking
Well,
Rakic.
Didn't Yuri? You're right. Yuri didn't fight Rakic. Who did he fight that was like Rakic that reminded me of him? Maybe I'm thinking Albrechtsen. Anyway.
Either way, this Yuri guy, yeah, he's not fighting level competition necessarily that Volkan has been fighting. Obviously, this dude clearly looks like
totally
he just
disagree
throws fucking grenades, though. So
dude, I
that's why
totally disagree. I think Yuri Prochazka has been fighting a way higher level of competition.
Let me see though. I'm probably.
I mean, yes and no. No, you know what? To be fair, he's been fighting bigger names, but they're like
I mean,
Carl
Volkan did
Albert.
fight Daniel Cormier too.
Yeah, well, but also like, what is 2019 versions of CB Dalloway and Fabio Maldonado mean, or King Mo? Like, not a lot. But like,
that's the kind of point I was going across on. But.
Yeah, but like the Carl Albrechtsen win is legit as fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with that.
And the Jake Hune one was pretty solid. Capoloza it's a win. Brandon Halsey's not a terrible win.
Where are you leaning on this? Because I still think Volkan beat Dominic Reyes. I know it doesn't matter because Dominic Reyes ended up getting a title shot anyways.
It was a weird fight too.
I think he edged out John Jones, or maybe got that draw. I know people are split on how that went. I gave it to Reyes, but I'm not going to argue if you give it to Jones. It doesn't matter. It should be a draw. Usually when people argue both sides, that means it should be a draw. Usually how that works.
Sometimes. Or it means people like the person who lost more.
Yeah.
By the way,
I'm leaning Uzdemir, but to be fair, I haven't really seen Prochazka fight.
Cool.
At least when he wasn't fighting out of their prime versions of CB Dalloway and King Mo. And what's your take on this?
Well, so first off, before I get to that, I just poured an Archer from Black Project Brewing. It's a spontaneous and wild ales brewery and this is a sour ale with peach, cinnamon, and vanilla. This is the one I cracked open at the beginning of this, and I'll go ahead and say out the gate, definitely when they say spontaneously fermented, they are not kidding. It is funky as fuck, like almost gym sock funky, like funky. Oh
that
my
sounds
god,
fucking delicious,
dude! That's so fucking good. Oh my god.
What's the name of that again?
Holy shit! Black Project is the. It seems like it's the name of either the brewery or the.
Just send me a picture.
Yeah, it's they're in Denver. Black Project Brewing in Denver.
Okay.
It's called Archer, dude. This is arguably
just send
one
me
of the best
photo.
sours
I'll
I've
try to
had.
find it.
Oh my god, it's one of the best sours I've had. Outside of being inside of Stone Brewery, probably like one of their. Like I always say, the best sours I've ever had are probably the ones that Stone brings in for people to try.
I was gonna say, which is funny because I've never honestly attributed sours with Stone because they're always.
So Stone doesn't have great sours, but their restaurants have incredible sours because they bring in other breweries.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So they bring in all the good sours. Like, and to be fair, they do make some really good sours. Like their the experimental one they do, that's the PB&J sour. They've changed it a bunch of fucking times. Tartistry, I think, is what they call it. It's delicious. It's literally like either a strawberry or a raspberry PB&J sour, and it's fucking delicious. But this is one of the best sours I've ever had in my life. Sorry, I got completely off the rails after I tried that because that completely changed my life right now. No, did I tell you I'm taking Yuri Prochazka because I don't have any faith in Volkan Ozdemir not to just throw right hands and lose a decision?
I mean, that's not a bad point. I mean, that's what we've seen recently, but I'm taking Uzdemir only because I haven't really seen Prochazka, and I'm not just going to be like, well, I agree with you because I take your word, which isn't bad.
To be fair, I agree with you as well. Like, I've seen the problem is I've seen Volkan freeze up when people start kind of putting a little bit of pressure on him and throwing volume out. Like, dudes like DC, Anthony Smith, and Dominic Reyes are dudes who are going to make it ugly, tough fights and put some volume on you and pressure on you, and Yuri Prochazka is that dude. Yep. Nowhere near the wrestling credentials of either, or grappling credentials necessarily even, in the same way that Dominic Reyes, Anthony Smith, or DC have, in that, like, a lot of their pressure game is built off their defensive wrestling, and I wonder how that's going to play out for Prochazka, because I'm not necessarily convinced that Volkan can't get takedowns if he actually really tries for him. But yeah, I gotta go. Again, no tape study, but I'm leaning Yuri via.
I've got Ivan Ooze by sweaty decision.
Yep.
The odds brought to you by Sheamus. Prochazka is a plus 128 to a minus 154 of Volkan Oezdemir. Take that as you will.
I mean, I feel like a lot of these odds are like very much in the same vein of a lot of our feelings about these cards, where it's like, I mean, who knows what anybody's going to show up like also, right?
Yeah, I mean, that too. That's a fair point. This next fight is for the...
Oh my god, that beer is so fucking good, dude.
Most marketable fighter.
Sorry.
At 120. Well, this most marketable fighter and most women's... I'm not going to keep... This stick
Paige
is
Van
stupid.
Zandt's going to lose.
It sounds
via
misogynistic. I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Paige Van Zandt is very marketable in that, like, everyone wants to fuck her, and welcome to her Instagram. She's going to lose via sub. Probably in the first.
Yeah, let's get this out of the way. They're both good-looking women. However, Amanda Ribas is a better fighter. Or Amanda Ribas is a better fighter. So I'm going to go with Amanda Ribas. Yep. Paige Van Zandt, does she have a decent camp? I think so. I think she's...
No, she's a great camp.
She's with some solid fighters. And
way better than
can she win? I don't know, because I don't remember seeing Amanda Ribas fight too much.
She's definitely gonna have a size advantage, I would think, right?
Yeah. But you look at Amanda Ribas' fucking last 3 wins. Emily Whitmer, a pressure volume fighter, boxer, kind of, versus she defeated Mackenzie Dern, who's a great BJJ practitioner, and then she has a win over Randa Marcos, who's very grapply in the clinch and does a lot of judo. If I recall correctly, probably
Amanda Ribas is 5'4", 66 inch reach. PVZ is 5'4", 65 inch reach, so they're same size. The problem is like, I mean,
I like how it still says Steam Alpha Male too. It's great.
Yeah, that's bad because she's definitely with ATT Portland. Jesus Christ, she's been with them for fucking ever. Come on, Tapology. I guess I should be the one to update this. And send them a picture of her with fucking Ricky Simone or something, I guess. That's embarrassing. And that's also why I don't use Tapology for what team people are on. Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, like, could Paige win a long decision where she just pot shots from the outside? Yeah. Could Paige.
And she's got the toughness and endurance. I mean, she like fucking had her arm snapped in half and still just kind of fought it off.
Well,
like,
that's also kind of the problem, though. Is like I also she's
had
arm problems since
that,
then,
right? Yeah.
So like I don't have a lot of faith that like. It's gonna be a hard out for Paige. Yeah, I got Ribas.
I mean, yeah, good luck to both fighters. I don't have a dog in this fight, objectively speaking.
No, the only thing that
the
only thing is I get why people. Well, first off, did you have a round for and method for Ribas?
I'm going decision in this one. I like Paige's tenacity. I think she can
sorry, Chris. You forgot to say it, but then also pronounce it way more creepy because it's women. So I believe it's pronounced a sweaty decision.
Yeah, touche, right? Jesus.
I just really want to make it the worst possible.
Yeah, you had to.
Here's my point: here's why people are mad at Paige Van Zandt. Why is this a main card fight over Yuri Prochazka? Or Easy Dos Santos versus Muslim Salyakov? Like, why?
Can I say the obvious thing too?
Because they got titties.
Well, not that. Well,
not that obvious.
But also, no, it's where are they fighting?
Dude, and remember,
think about that.
The last time they fought there, it came out afterwards that they intentionally asked for a female fight on the card for the main card. That was an intentional thing that was asked for during the last Abu Dhabi event.
I'm not going to comment further on this. I'll talk to you off because I don't want to offend a large group of people.
I mean, also, but like, fuck the UAE, right?
I mean,
like, I'm not saying the people. I'm saying the people who run that government. Fuck them, right? Like in the same way that we say that about China, like major exploitative. In the same way I say that about the U.S. government. It's major
our government exploits women.
Yeah, well, it's major. Yeah.
Hey, let's have 2 good-looking women on our main card because we're all thirsty boys.
Well, and it's just extremely and obviously exploitative in every facet, much like our own country, which is why I feel like it's unfair to not call out other countries for doing the same.
Yeah, I remember too. I forgot. Fuck. I think. I don't know if a fighter tweeted it or if it was a question from like the UFC's page, and they probably deleted it. It said, "Yeah, I think it's from the UFC's page." I have to find it, but it's probably deleted. It said, "If you were stranded on Fight Island and you can only be 3 fighters, who would you be?"
Not a
Just
woman.
Off the top of your head, what did every thirsty boy say? I'll just name for you: Paige Van Zant, Rachel Ostovich,
and of course Mackenzie Dern.
That was one of them. You know, the other one, Misha Tate. You know, whatever.
What year is it?
Yeah, right. Either way.
Not that I don't love me some Misha Tate, because we all know how I feel about Fight Valley. Let me get this on the record. I'm not saying anything negative about Misha Tate. I absolutely love Misha Tate as an actress. Everything else, but as an actress. Also, I can't wait for Fight Valley 2, even though the director got me too pretty fucking hard. So
because if you had asked me, I would have put Kat Zingano on my list, but that's just me. But then again, I've met Kat Zingano and she's fucking cool, so maybe I'm biased.
How about some Angie Hill?
That too, yeah.
Anyway, let's not just turn this into who we want to creep on.
Yeah.
Shout out to Adam. Please don't hurt me, Adam. I like you a lot, bro.
That's not our job. Our job is to...
Also, we don't have a job, Chris. We have actual jobs, and it's sure
that's not our role here. That's not our role.
No. Our role is to just wish Rose Namajunas had a podcast, which is what the next fight we got coming up. And holy fuck, do I wish Rose Namajunas had a podcast. However, I don't ever want to hear Pat Barry on it. So that's probably never going to be a podcast I want to listen to.
Creeps. And that's a whole nother story.
Wow. Speaking of scouting.
Speaking of groomers that
are... come on!
No, I'm talking about...
There's too many people named Chris on this show, Chris, for you to be making that joke.
Oh, god damn it, dude. Oh, that's a good point. What's he go? Ah!
Oh god.
Boy. It's like we just set ourselves up, even though we're literally not anything involved in that. It's just like, the name association. Fuck.
We definitely made it that.
God damn it, dude.
Fucking terrible. I'm mad at myself.
I hate all of it.
Joke. Yeah, no, I don't feel good about it. I feel real bad about it.
Oh no.
Ugh. Can I unsubscribe from our own show? Is that an option?
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Rose Namajunas is taking on
to unsubscribe and dislike.
Yeah. So now that we've completely ruined a fight that I'm so excited about.
We both Amanda Hebus, right?
Oh yeah.
And do you want to hear these odds? They're all over the fucking place.
So the last...
Let's play guess the odds, because we haven't done that in a long time.
So the last thing I heard was Amanda Hebus was a minus 900 favorite.
That's one of them. So one of them... Okay, one of them closest to you, what you just said is minus 900 to plus 550. The widest I've seen is minus 925 to plus 555.
That's insane.
The odds that I was kind of going off of, which I think...
I agree, but
actually, the ones I'm looking at right now make the most sense to me. We got Amanda Hebus, odds brought to you by Seamus, of course, at a minus 714 to a plus 532.
That's much more reasonable. It's still a little wide. Paige is wily as shit in that, she'll throw weird shit and at weird times. And also... Dude, Fabiano Scherner, people kind of sleep on his jiu-jitsu game a little bit. The jiu-jitsu coach at the gym Paige works out at. People kind of sleep on that gym. They did pretty well in Submission Underground in general. You got guys like Chris Lencioni or Chris Sunshine coming out of there back in the day. I know he has his own gym now. You got Jake Smith, who survived and won a Submission Underground event, even though he's not really a grappler, coming out of that gym. Chael, of course. Austin Vanderford, Paige's husband, who's been he's been doing really well in Submission Underground. So people don't give that gym nearly enough credit, but
yeah, shouts out to, you said ATT Portland, right?
I believe that's what they go by now. Yeah, and also
and Chael's there, right?
Yeah, I believe so, or at least that was the gym he was out of. And I want to put out a call. Please, someone contact Jake Smith and get him back on podcast with David Golden. How do we make this happen? Who do I gotta bribe? I want that show back so bad. I miss Writer and the Fighter. It's just been the Writer for like a couple of weeks since, and Jake's not even been on Twitter, which is weird. And I get it, dude, because I've been the same way. I don't really want to be on Twitter either right now, but I miss that dude. So anyway.
So this next bout is a rematch.
Fucking dude, I'm so excited about the rest of this
former
card.
Champions, former women's strawweight champion Jessica Andrade going up against former women's strawweight champion Rose Namajunas. The last time these two met,
oh my
Rose
god,
was
that
pretty much
fucking beer is
dictating
so
the fight,
good, dude.
in
Oh
my
my
opinion.
god, I'm sorry.
No worries.
It's just so good. It's so good that
You gotta send me a picture of the label. Where did you purchase this, by the way, so I know?
Girlfriend Karen got it. I think it was at Preferred Liquors. It's one of the best beers I've ever had in my fucking life, and I'm kind of like, I keep forgetting every time I take a sip, and then I take a sip, I'm like,
so is this like the scene from Beer Fest where you said you want to live in it, and then you also want its dick in you? Or
no,
are you not that far?
Yeah, I'd let it put its dick in me.
Okay.
If it was nice about it.
Now I want the beer, man. You gotta send me the
Like,
photo.
I wouldn't put my dick in this beer because it's too sour, but like, if it was nice to me, it bought me dinner and shit, maybe.
Yeah, it lets you put on makeup. Never mind. Anyways, the point is, send me.
I almost did a fucking spit take with a sour. That would have been a terrible feeling.
Anyways, dude, send me the photo of that, man. That sounds fucking great.
Dude, it's so good. Anyway.
Yeah, everyone's like, what the fuck are these guys doing?
Oh, I know. They're like, hey, never mind. I was going to use offensive language.
Last time these two ladies fought, Rose, I feel like was kind of boxing up.
Absolutely boxing the face off
much
Andrade.
Part of the fight. She stuffed some takedown attempts. And then, Andrade grabs Rose, I think with a single leg attempt against the fence. Dominic Cruz, of course, goes, oh no, you can't slam her from here. And then sooner or later,
I think it was a back clinch.
It was a back leg, yeah. And then she just
where she goes for the Kimura setup to try and break the wrist the hand side together.
Because Rose held on is why she slammed her wrist, right? And that's why it wasn't illegal? Because I think generally that would be automatic DQ?
So it's only illegal if you intentionally slam the person on their straight vertical on their spine.
You'd have to WWE powerbomb them, right? Between your legs.
And the person has to have no control over it. So the reason why it stuck is because Rose had the I believe what Josh Barnett would call the oh god, what's the fucking all of a sudden I started feeling like an old man and tried trying to call it a hammerlock, even though I know it's not a hammerlock. It's a fucking wrist thing. God damn it. This is what happens when I smoke weed and drink beers. Anyway, she had a fucking Kimura. So Andrade had the back control, I believe, against the side of the cage. And had the clinch from the back. Rose working on the wrist lock. And as Rose goes to torque it, Andrade picks her up and dumps her. And if Rose lets go of the torque, then all of a sudden, she loses the angle that she would have gotten picked up at because the entire angle is based off of the wrist control. So if you let go of the wrist control, then there's no angle anymore, and all she's doing is moving your arm, not your whole body, from my understanding of it. It's like one of those things. It's also funny that Dominic Cruz, one of the worst calls of Dominic Cruz's entire career.
Oh, that's why I said it easily, yeah.
Yeah.
That and also the one with Habib versus Connor, where it's like, oh, Connor's just tiring Habib out by getting punched in the face. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, the worst call of all time is Mike Goldberg and the Ronda Rousey call.
Oh, it
takes a lot of energy to be a rock star.
Joe.
100%. Yup, you already know.
His precision is so precise.
This has nothing to do with being a rock star.
Hey, head kick to the body.
Oh my god, that motherfucker with the leg kick to the head and shit like that. They would say,
Right, Trevor's asleep. I probably can't be loud.
Nah, it's all right.
Right.
That bitch is loud all the time.
Well, he has a fan on in his room, so it's all good.
Well, but so here's my thing though with this fight is the first time around I had Andrade pretty strongly, and she won that fight, but I sure don't have Andrade anymore.
No, I got to go with Rose. I think it's easier for and
especially as a 3-rounder.
Oh well, I mean, sorry, did I say I have Rose?
Yeah.
I'm like scrambling. Okay, because it's not like Rose is gonna say, oh well, the only way I lose is if I get slammed, because she's not dumb. She knows she's gonna keep her distance and use her, in my opinion, superior striking clearly, because
especially
Andrade
range, yeah.
historically is just like winging hook, clinch up.
She has a little bit of mix-ups, and she's good at going high-low, and she's good at forcing.
She just uses her physical strength advantage in her grappling.
Yeah,
she's looking to fucking literally throw you or slam you.
She's definitely got some Vanderlei vibes going.
I still got Rose. I got Rose decision because I remember the beating that Andrade took against Joanna.
And Angie Hill and a couple people. Yeah.
So I got Rose via not sweaty decision, but just crisp air-conditioned decision. I got the AC decision for Rose in this one, which I guess potentially sets her up against Zhang Weili.
Yeah, I think so too. The only thing that makes me a little bit nervous is I could see a world where Rose drops the third 10-8
okay.
if she can't stay on her bike. Because I think she definitely takes the first, just pot-shotting Andrade as Andrade tries to get her timing. I think Andrade will start getting desperate and trying to force over-under exchanges and force Rose against the cage. And then from there, Rose, I forget who it was this week. I know it was one of the Fight Site guys. I'm pretty positive. Here, if I do a Control F for clinch. No, it was not the Fight Site guys. It was Schwan Humes on the MMA Ratings podcast about Usman versus Masvidal, where he pointed out that Rose has a tendency to fall into the clinch and get stuck there. And even when she wins, she still gets stuck in long clinch exchanges that she's not initiating and that she doesn't necessarily want to engage in. A lot of people are a little bit nervous about that because of her history with flying arm bars and wild scrambles out of that position. But it is one thing that makes me a little nervous with someone like Andrade, who's really good at just grabbing high, tight underhooks and forcing someone against the cage and just kind of putting her head in their chin and bullying them from there. And if Andrade does that in the second round, I think Andrade takes 2 rounds. Because I think if you start doing that to Rose early, you can really kind of mess with her timing and her confidence in distance. Because I feel like a lot of times if Rose starts to lose the ability to keep that range and starts getting forced into clinch exchanges, she just starts throwing up Hail Marys trying to get out of that. So Americana, thank you, Federico Gonzalez, in the chat. That was also exactly what I was looking for. Americana is 100% what I was looking for. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting fight, and it's going to be very telling for both fighters as to where they are in their career. The other big question is, what does Andrade's chin look like at this point, right?
Yeah, dude, she got barraged by Zhang Weili.
Well, and not in a way that that was she got smashed by Zhang Weili in a way that if anything was going to shatter her confidence, which a lot of her game was built on walking through shots, man, that is if her confidence is at all shook and she has to try and walk her shots against Rose. That's a recipe for an early TKO finish. Because Rose is so fucking sharp and accurate, especially early.
So that brings us to the odds brought to you by Sheamus. We got Jessica Andrade at a plus 164 to a minus 200 for Rose Namajunas. Take that as you will.
Sounds about right.
This brings us to Petr Yan versus Jose Aldo for the vacant men's bantamweight title. If I was the matchmaker, it would be Petr Yan versus Aljamain Sterling,
100%.
or I would do Marlon Moraes versus Aljamain Sterling 2. Either way, this fight is still intriguing as fuck, especially considering Jose Aldo looked great on the weigh-in. He looked fine.
On the weigh-in,
not great.
Not in his last fight, but on the weigh-in, he
didn't look bad.
He looked much better than his last cut.
And I'm excited for Jose Aldo, but so let's talk about Petr Yan for a second. He's 14-1. He's young. He only just turned 27. I didn't realize that.
Beer.
Let's see.
I need to get a different beer. This is getting described.
So Petr Yan's most notable win, as far as name value, is Uriah Faber. It was a 40-year-old Uriah Faber. Yes, he can come out of his prime. We know that. For that, he had a unanimous decision victory over Jimmy Rivera, who's still scrappy as all hell at men's 135. He defeated John Dodson. Other than that, that's about it. As far as his UFC run, he's won 6 fights in a row. This dude has fantastic boxing.
That's about it. Other than his ACB run, which was fucking incredible.
That's the thing. This dude. What do you consider his style? I think he's a fantastic boxer, and he has decent defensive wrestling for not really being a wrestler.
Yeah, he's definitely a pressure boxer.
His hand speed. Holy shit!
His hand speed and feints and confidence and head movement.
I think it's comparable to Cody Garbrandt. Yeah. And even to Jose Aldo, as far as like your hand speed. And,
I would say, top 10 boxers probably in the UFC right now.
This is why
the only thing that makes me a little nervous about him is he slips a lot, punches, because he's so boxing oriented. Which a lot of people have been bringing up, like, oh, Jose's leg kicks would fuck him up. Which, like, yeah, they would, but Jose doesn't throw leg kicks.
Yeah,
which frustrates me every time yes, I agree. If Jose Aldo came out in this and threw leg kicks at the end of every combination, I think it would absolutely do fucking immense work in this fight. But I think Aldo's best chance is high kicks because of the way Yan slips.
The way he kind of slips and kind of moves his head around, if he catches a high kick, it's kind of going this way.
Especially in long combinations.
And I was going to mention something right now, but it would actually totally disrespect Aldo, so I'm not going to do it because it's not fair to him. This is his fight. It's his title shot, so we'll continue with this. We'll talk about it tomorrow or whenever we recap this. Yeah. So, who do you favor in this right now? Just knowing what you've seen. We know what we've seen from Aldo. We know we expect from it. He has great takedown defense. I don't see this going to the ground at all.
I mean, the only way this goes to the ground is if Aldo wants it there.
Yeah.
And even then, I think that's a tall order.
I will say this. Aldo looked okay as far as how he weighed in compared to last time at 135.
Right.
His cardio, in my opinion, is going to be his biggest problem for this fight. And in all honesty, this is why I am leaning Petr Yan.
Yeah.
Is mostly because... Can you really confidently say Aldo's in his prime still? I wouldn't say he's out of his prime. I'd say it's kind of like that middle ground. I don't know who to.
It's tough.
It's like when Bisping knocked out Rockhold. It's like it was still Bisping's quickness with his boxing, but it wasn't like I think.
That's not like quite the right comparison.
It's tough.
Like, you have to pick somebody whose game completely changed, but they're still so sharp that they're able to adapt with it. Like, it's like, I would say, like, GSP in the Hendricks era, or like...
I'll say this. Can Aldo finish this? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, for sure. Body shots, shots and or kicks, I think is the way that Jose Aldo wins this fight. The problem is, I think he has to do it in about
the first 2.5
7
rounds.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, and also right now, I have Piotr Jan in this fight. I
Me
like
too.
Aldo a lot. I think he can win this fight but I don't want to say if he implements.
Aldo
the,
is one of my
that's
all-time
bullshit
favorite.
take because that's what
Yeah.
everyone's kind of thinking. But I do think Piotr Jan wins this. I think he pressures him early with the Chris boxing, and I think he knocks out Aldo in the second round. Honestly, it's gonna be bad.
Wow, in the second.
Second round, yeah. I think he's just gonna bring it the fuck on him. The last person really bring that early forward pressure is Max Holloway, who I think got a second round TKO in the rematch. I think it was second round.
That sounds about right.
So and expect Aldo to bring those knees. That's going to disrupt the pace and the cardio of Jan. I think I'll say this: the first round is going to be absolute madness, and it's going to be close.
I think especially
Aldo
since,
always starts off with the fury.
Especially if Aldo gets clipped early, and with this cam being a little weird, I would assume that the second.
And this is a
Aldo's
5-round fight too, not a 3-round fight.
Well, that's what makes it interesting, and that's why I'm not taking Aldo. If this
That's
is a
the same
3-round fight, I might.
I'm
take
taking
Aldo.
I'm taking Aldo too.
It
if it's a
depends
3-round fight.
because a lot of this comes down to how does he react when he gets caught in the first, because he will, and probably pretty clean. And I think he'll react angry and like headhunter, and like not even a headhunter, but I think he'll just. I think if Aldo does get caught real bad early, I think he's gonna do a lot like he did in the Moraes fight, where he takes it and then he just tries to build off that momentum by pressuring and throwing volume.
So, real quick,
So.
how did you score that Moraes fight?
If I remember right, I had Moraes up the first two and Aldo in the third.
That's how I had it.
Yeah.
I
I haven't rewatched it, so I would need to rewatch it.
because
but
the only
I know
way
for sure Moraes
Aldo
took the
is
first.
he took the second as
Yeah.
well, but
Yeah.
close.
Moraes definitely took the first off the head.
Oh
kick.
yeah. I give first for Moraes for sure, third for Aldo for sure, but it's that second round.
Yeah.
And that's why some people call it a draw. I know people are like,
I think
don't
that-
call it draw, don't call it draw. Draws are lame.
I think that was
It's like-
also just like a. Yeah, I even the third was, from what I remember, was pretty questionable. But
Yeah.
the problem is I think Aldo is going to bite on too many feints from Jan, and I think that's all going to be Aldo's undoing in the long run. Like Piotr Jan's really good at feigning out strikes, and Jose Aldo throws big counters. That's just what a lot of his game is based on. So I think that's going to be a problem over time.
Here's my prediction. I think Peter Yan wins. I think after that they book Jan versus Sterling at some point down the line. Don't know when. And I think you do Jose Aldo versus Dominic Cruz. Or like a legacy fight. Why not?
Dude, I love all that.
Especially if Dominic Cruz wants to show,
there's
okay.
absolutely no
like, no
reason
offense,
to book
Dominic,
that.
you were basically gifted a title shot, clearly, against Henry Cejudo, which you didn't deserve.
And honestly, and that's coming from two people who are big fans of
Yeah.
Cruz. And then also
Jose Aldo Cruz,
getting,
and then Marlon Moraes just waits. You wait if you're Moraes, or if you're confident, you just fight Corey Sandhagen, something like that.
I don't hate that. Yeah, I just want to see Aljo get whatever title fight is next, because that's literally the only option.
Other than that, I know that bantamweight division. Cody Garbrandt's number 5 now.
Right.
I mean,
but like, dude, he needs to be at least 2 wins to get even near a title shot.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, I wasn't about to say he needs a title shot right now because I still think he's going to win. But all I'll say is I'm glad Cody's and Mark Henry. That's what I'll say about that.
Hey, man.
Look how that motherfucker wasn't even rushing in against he was like taking his time. So shouts out to him. I'm excited for Cody. That dude is so goddamn talented. I think he could still be champion 135 just based on his skill, his boxing, and hands.
And let's be real, we just want y'all hanging with the boys more often.
I mean, come on, I just want to hang with the boys, right?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, dog.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, speaking of hanging with the boys.
So I gotta give you the odds brought to you by Shane.
Oh yeah.
Quick.
Right. That makes me smile every time.
Jose Aldo plus. Actually, these are kind of.
Wait, really?
These seem alright. Okay, they're not too far apart. Okay, Jose Aldo is a plus 185 to a minus 227 of Piotr Jan.
That's definitely a little wide, but like I would if I was a bookie, I would be nervous at anything over 190. But yeah, I get it. Let's see.
Actually, if you don't mind, can you kick this off? I gotta see what the fuck that noise was. I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead and mute yourself for a second.
I'll be right back.
I will go ahead and break this one down for a second. Alexander Volkanovski taking on Max Holloway in the rematch. Alexander the Great Volkanovski, 21-1 out of the great country of New South Wales, and shouts to New Zealand for actually being responsible adults, unlike our country. It must be nice to have responsible adults living there. So he's coming off the win over Max Holloway via super unanimous decision. You could argue a 49-46 type unanimous decision. For that, he had the win over Jose Aldo, Chad Mendez, Darren Elkins, and then Jeremy Kennedy and Shane Young. What talk about a fucking step up in competition. Good God. Max Bless Holloway, 21-5. Coming off the loss to Alexander Volkanovski, of course, in the decision. For that, he had the win over Frank Yeager, the loss to Dustin Poirier up at 155, and the win over Brian Ortega at the end of round 4 via doctor stoppage. Before that, the back-to-back wins over Jose Aldo. Yeah, I feel like the problem I have with this fight is I don't know what Max is going to do differently in this fight. And I don't think he does either.
Take it from him, he didn't even do tape study.
I don't buy that either.
I know,
that's all bullshit. Max is too smart.
That's bullshit.
And I also don't buy the Zoom training thing. But
it's bullshit.
I do think that Max needs to.
He needs a win for his legacy.
Well,
I don't think he cares about that, but he needs to win this fight.
And I think the big thing is he has to solve the solution of how he deals with the front foot, because that he got absolutely demolished by Volkanovski picking off his front foot over and over again, which completely shut down his pressure boxing game.
And this is coming from me, who's not a boxer, not a mixed martial artist in any aspect of that game, at least trained, right? But if I'm if I'm Holloway, I'm throwing uppercuts as Volkanovski's kind of resetting or throwing those leg kicks. Throw uppercuts.
I think he's
down
gonna whiff because he's always the problem Max had in the first fight is he was never close enough to hit him.
See, this is why I almost wish Max was a dominant wrestler, because it's perfect for someone Volkanovski says where you can just kind of get inside and grab that fucking leg and just.
I think the big problem Max is gonna have is he needs an answer to. He needs to either stick behind a almost legit Thai style light front foot, and then throw pressure combos after that to try and catch Volkanovski after the check, or he just needs to punch through him and hope he can put Volkanovski away, which is not Max's game at all, and he doesn't have that kind of power. So because Max needs to address if he can't address the front leg problem, then he's done. Because that was completely what ruined his entire pressure boxing game. Is if Volkanovski just chops the front leg, you can't put weight and you can't pressure. So it's the same problem the Diaz brothers have always had. And if you can check 2 good hard leg kicks, you can solve that problem. But you have to not only anticipate them, but you have to check them very cleanly, and that gets a lot harder if people are throwing at your calf and not your right above the knee. So it's going to be real interesting to see what it looks like. Also, Volkanovski, it should be noted, is really fucking hard just as an individual. And pause.
Have you seen his shins?
Dude, he's just a tough motherfucker if you've ever heard him talk and you've ever seen him fight. And also, he seems the kind of motherfucker where if you're losing, he has a little bit of that Tony Ferguson vibe. Or I feel like Izzy has a little bit of that too, where if you guys are both losing kick exchanges, you might just keep throwing those kicks.
I was he's gonna go harder.
If you're checking it and he's throwing it and you both are hurting from it, he might just play that game where
I think his main head coach's name is Frank Lopez, I know it's Lopez. Joe Lopez. It's Joe Lopez. His main head coach, his assistant head coach is Eugene Barman, who
Yeah.
is the main head coach of Israel Adesanya.
Right.
Shouts out to Lopez and Barman. Joe Lopez. Behrman, thank you. Joe Lopez is a true believer in conditioning his shins and just kicking the fuck out of trees. And I saw
old school
lead up
Thai
to the
shit.
fight. Yeah, just old school Thai shit in the countdown. That's what Volkanovski does. And dude, I saw that motherfucker's shins and his calves. I'm like, yeah, no wonder why that fucked Max up.
Well, dude, it's all those dudes like
And Volkanovski, and I'm not disrespecting anyone else who's 5'6", right? But they build it because there's plenty of 5'6" short fighters, right?
Also,
But
we
he's a
should
big
know
five-
how tall are
he's-
you, Chris?
5'6".
Okay, for the record.
But he's like almost like if Frankie Edgar put on more mass and committed to leg kicks. Like that's when I see Volkanovski, dude. I almost guarantee you, Volkanovski. And I'm not taking anything away from what Frank Edgar did. What he did in his era was absolutely phenomenal, especially at 155. But I almost guarantee you, Volkanovski now wins the 155 belt too against BJ Penn and some of those guys. Well, but then wrestling.
yeah, but like the
that's
problem,
different
a
style,
big part of
though,
that too, though, is because like calf kicks change all of that. If you're,
But do you see what I'm trying to get at, though?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if Volkanovski could win at 155 then, too. Like,
right now, it wouldn't surprise me if Volkanovski could win at 155. Like, I don't hate his odds against someone like Gaethje. I think that would be such a cool fight.
What about Habib, though?
Habib's a little weird because, like, Habib's kind of like a...
Okay, and can we get this one thing out of the way? Because I fucking hate...
No, we're 100% going in circles, but we both have Volkanovski, though, right?
I do, yeah, 100%. And I can Max win this? From what I've seen, what he can do, yeah, he can win this fight.
Dude,
for
if
sure.
he can shut down the front leg kicks, like if he can either check enough kicks off his front leg, or if he can pop Volkanovski and just step through enough leg kicks early enough, I think that Max has a real shot in this. If he cannot, I think he's fucked by 2.5 rounds, and it's going to be uglier and uglier from there.
I agree with you, and what I was getting real quick is just to get this bullshit out of the way. Volkanovski and Cejudo, which is never going to happen, by the way, and I will be 1,000% confident that would
does not want that fucking heat.
No, and he does not beat Volkanovski. I'm not saying there's no way.
Like if it was Aldo,
but even then, like Volkanovski is so much stronger, probably physically.
If it was Aldo or like even a Holloway, it would be a different conversation. But like no, I don't think Henry Cejudo wants.
I think Volkanovski chews his legs up to just grinds him down, and I think he honestly lands like an overhand on Cejudo, knocks him the fuck out.
Well, Henry Cejudo is notoriously not dealt well with leg kicks either. So
yeah. So whatever. That's our prediction. Let me give you the odds.
Wait, what actual method did you have on Volka?
I got a decision again, to be honest.
Yep, sweaty decision.
Odds brought to you by Seamus. We got Volkanovski at a -208 to a +169.
Yeah, this is a sweaty decision card.
All of
and I think it should be a lot of fun. Speaking of sweaty decisions.
Yeah. Here's the main event of
we both
evening.
have the same. You know what? Should we just give like the laziest fucking? Well, I feel like we both.
Okay, I'll give you my honest take though too.
Does anybody? Let me ask you this: how does Masvidal win this fight outside of a flying knee in the first 7 minutes?
Can I tell you right now?
Yeah.
So Masvidal's, and I'm not making this joke. Masvidal will win this fight if he shows he can really stuff the takedown. So like if say Kamaru,
True.
right? And I'll say this right now. Kamaru is not going to shoot in the first round. You know what Kamaru's going to do? Because this is what Kamaru does. This is what he did against Colby.
Sit out and feign a lot in the first.
So listen to this. People say,
from the
okay,
outside.
why did Kamaru and Colby just stand and bang the whole time? Well, clearly they respected each other's wrestling. No one's not going to stand and bang and not try to shoot, even though respect opponent's wrestling. So Kamaru knew, well, clearly Colby is just as good as my wrestling, maybe a little bit. It doesn't matter. Either way, he didn't want to risk shooting on Colby. Colby didn't want to risk shooting on Kamaru, right? In this instance, Kamaru's probably thinking, well, Jorge prides himself in Muay Thai and just boxing, right? His defensive wrestling is decent because he's been at ATT. He's trained with Colby. He's trained with Killers. He's trained with Bo Nickel, right? Mm-hmm. So Masvidal's defensive wrestling, I think, is going to be very good for a striker, right? and just very good in general.
I mean,
think
it's lights out. Yeah. It's
this
really
is how the fight's going to go, in my opinion. In the first round, it's going to be Kamaru going, oh yeah, I could stand with this guy. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Masvidal is going to take round one. I'm telling you right now. He's going to take round one. He's going to piece the fuck up out of Kamaru pretty good. And then Kamaru's going to be like, oh shit, well, this isn't good. That hurt. And then eventually Kamaru will kind of try to feel him a little bit more. And he'll start to feel more of the pressure. And the body kicks from Masvidal are really going to cause problems for Kamaru Usman and his conditioning, right? We've seen how great his cardio is. He has great cardio. Those body kicks are going to add up. And then
Masvidal does.
Okay.
Has been, yeah.
He's going to be like, I'm going to spend the rest of my gas tank on just wrestling this dude, and that's how the rest of the fight's going to go. I think it's going to be like a 49-46 kind of like Masvidal takes the first round.
Really? You have Masvidal in this?
No. No, I have Usman.
Oh, you're arguing
I have
how...
Usman
yeah.
4 rounds to 1. It's going to be one of those fights where Usman says, oh yeah, I could stand and bang, right?
Yeah, you're saying he
But
stands
Masvidal's
and hangs out.
Kick. He's going to get the tie clinch. He's going to fuck him up with the body kicks. Because Masvidal knows... okay, I could probably knock this dude out, but I'm going to go after that big torso that he has, right? Because Usman kind of carries himself like this. He doesn't even have like a tight guard. He's kind of like this and has like those... he has a decent straight, and he doesn't throw too many loops unless he has you against the fence. So Masvidal knows, and you know what AT they're telling him, you got to attack the body, you got to attack the body. I think I think Usman maybe wins 1 round, 2 at the most, but I keep changing my words.
Yeah,
Masvidal at the most has 1 or 2 rounds to win, just based on the striking alone. If Masvidal can stuff takedowns and tire down Usman with those body kicks, Masvidal wins that fight. That's how he wins. And can he knock him out? Yeah, I think so. He knocked out Darren Till.
No, he can knock out anybody if the way he put out Darren Till.
I have Usman via decision. No one's ever knocked out Masvidal. I don't think people really actually hurt him that bad. He's been hurt but
he's so savvy.
In short terms, and I'm overthinking this probably, I think Usman definitely gets threatened early as he tries to stand with Jorge, and Usman just goes, okay, well, I'm just going to wrestle fuck this dude. And there's no shame in that. It's mixed martial arts. And I think he wins about 4 rounds to 1, 3 rounds to 2. It's close early. And then you just see, okay, well, Usman does what he does best, and he just gets that decision victory. There's no shame in that.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you going to stand and bang with someone who's clearly going to outstrike you? So 100%. That's how I see this fight going. I got Usman via good fight. It's going to be a good fight. I know some people say either it's going to be a stand and bang or it's going to be boring. Can it be boring? Maybe. Maybe Usman at the beginning of the
this
fight
could be boring
just
if
goes,
nobody
okay,
engages.
fuck you. I'm just going to bring you down, and that's it. Yes, that's very possible. But I think Usman knows too, well, let's just see if I can actually stand with this guy. Because if he didn't think he could stand with Colby, not that Colby's a good striker, he's a decent volume puncher. He knew in his back pocket that he can stand with Colby. Masvidal, you can't confidently think that. Even if and I hate to bring this up, even if he had a Conor McGregor fighting Usman, and Usman's way bigger than him, I don't even think Usman's still going to confidently I'm going to stand with this guy who's a counter sniper. No. I'm just going to wrestle fuck him, obviously, because that's how that fight would go if that were to ever happen. So, sorry for going on so long, but I was just trying to be objective and have both sides as far as how would Masvidal win, how would Usman win. I have Usman via decision. If there's going to be a finish, I think Masvidal finishes Usman via body kicks and TKO. If Usman... But see, can Usman finish Masvidal? Yeah, maybe but I don't see
body shots.
Yeah, it's got to be body shot or some shit like that. But
I think body shots are going to be the secret to this.
I'm just not confident, honestly, enough in Usman striking. He punches hard, but it's just not.
So the only thing that makes me a little bit interested in Usman striking is if he can kind of frustrate Masvidal in the grappling exchanges. If Usman can just at will put Masvidal against the cage and just dump him and make him get up over and over again.
Short elbows in the clinch.
Well, and just over under and just constantly make him pummel in clinch exchanges and just make shit uncomfortable. I think absolutely Usman could start working in body kick, especially not only just body kicks but leg kicks, because Usman's kicking game's not terrible.
There's some good outside leg kicks.
And also,
And it just kicks in general.
Well, and like how much he doesn't have to worry about Masvidal getting a takedown, so like he's pretty free to throw kicks.
By the way,
at will.
I'm not gonna say there's no way, but just don't expect Masvidal to take Usman down
No.
or find a takedown. I just don't see it.
But
It's gonna be defensive wrestling, if anything.
yeah, and the only thing that makes me like kind of curious is to, like the Trevor Whitman and Gaethje stuff.
And that's the thing that put me kind of over
But
that.
so here's my one thing before you get onto that, and then I'll let you finish that thought. Trevor Whitman, if he loves one thing, it's shifting hooks like Jorge Masvidal hit on Darren Till. Trevor Whitman lives for that shit. Trevor Whitman has taught a lot of people that he trains shifting hooks like that, where you are loading up one hand to then shift the other side and launch it at a weird angle. Rose Namajunas is slowly starting to make a career out of it. I mean, Gaethje has made a lot. If you notice a lot of his recent fights, he's doing a lot of that. Less noticeable than Jorge's, where it's not like lunging, shifting hooks. But believe that Trevor Whitman's on top of that shit.
Yeah. So as far as the future division after this, I think Usman just fights Burns after this because I think he wins.
Dude, why not? It's a great fight. Also,
which is still a good fight, and I still have Usman in that, by the way.
Or Masvidal versus Burns, if he loses, it's still a great fight.
So here's the thing. I like Jorge Masvidal a lot. I would honestly love to see him win this belt. Just being non-objective.
It'd be
fun.
really cool to see.
The only issue then is you know who he's calling out, right?
Well, I mean, I was going to say the first issue is the rumor is he's on the EA UFC sports cover, which means he's doomed.
It's not the Madden curse, but it's still EA.
Hey, bro, tell that to Connor and Ronda.
Is the Madden curse real anymore? You know where I'm going with this?
No, but the EA sports curse is real. You remember Connor and Ronda were on 3?
That's true.
But
so the Madden curse is broken. The EA, you know why the Madden curse is broken? Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl for the Chiefs first time in 50 years, and now he gets $450 million contract.
No, yeah.
Clearly, the Madden curse is broken.
Yeah.
You don't win the fucking Super Bowl and then get $450 million. So that guy's good. EA though, still bad.
I mean, yeah, you could just say that regardless of the curse.
It's just EA Sports bad.
Yeah, no, EA as a company, still bad. You're correct. Fucking money profiteering fucks who don't deserve anything. Not the people who work for it, the company as a whole. Let me clarify.
Which, by the way, because
shouts to Glenn Harrower.
And you know goddamn well, if Jorge wins tomorrow, Twitter's gonna be like, all right, Masvidal versus Conor, who you got? And who do you have in all seriousness? Because I have Masvidal, just because he actually have wrestling.
I think he would fuck Conor's world up. That's why.
I'm just saying, thank you. Yeah, because the point that some people got, it was kind of interesting seeing, and it wasn't just necessarily Diaz fanboys and Conor fanboys, but they're all comparing. Oh, well, Conor knocked down Nate 3 times in one round. Jorge couldn't do that, and it's like,
yeah,
well,
like,
who had the more damage?
Darren Till knocked down fucking Jorge also, but guess how that turned out? Also, Darren, like everyone else could grapple.
And Darren Till, I guarantee you, probably hits harder than Conor and also pretty much every welterweight, especially now that Darren Till's a fucking middleweight. I'll take that to the bank, and Jorge tanked that. Not that there's any merit to that.
You forgot. Nate Diaz was a light heavyweight sumo wrestler.
And he sumoed the guy. Yeah.
I hate our sport. It's the fucking dumbest fucking thing that ever exists.
Thank God boxing's good again, right?
Oh, God. Don't even talk about boxing, you fuck.
To be fair, you know what fight's happening in September, right?
Yeah. The one between me and my cable bill for trying to charge me for fucking sports events.
Says you have to pay for it. Just kidding. You didn't hear it from me. Vasil Lomachenko versus Teofimo Lopez.
That'd be tight if it actually happens. We'll see.
If it actually happens. Super hype. Any fight, by the way, 130 pounds to 145 pounds is straight fire. Unless you're Ryan Garcia and you're basically a social media star. But then again, that's what happens when you kind of align yourself with Golden Boy. You know, you kind of left in the dust. But then again, it's also kind of Ryan Garcia's own fault. But we're not a boxing podcast. But, you know, I try to plug the old boxing thing in every once
Yeah,
in a
yeah. I
while.
heard people like hitting each other without kicks.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that called again?
I don't know.
The art of pugilism.
Yeah. It's called the fine sport of British fisticuffs.
We'll just refer to Jack Slack.
That's right.
He's the expert on that. So.
Or anyone other than us, really. Well, on that note, I guess this is a good time to get out of here since I'm sweating so hard that you can see me fucking turning bright red. I'm starting to turn into Dana White.
Looking like Dana, shades of Dana.
100%. But before we get out of here, Chris, there is one thing we forgot to do, which is plug the well-rounded shows. That
Did I give you the odds on the main event?
Oh, you did not. I would assume Usman has got to be like minus 200-ish. I actually have not heard odds for this yet.
So, basically, from looking at us, it is... Yeah, I'll call it right here. It is Masvidal plus 199 to a minus 238 of Kamaru Usman.
Whoa, that's pretty wide. I would have thought it would have been a little bit tighter than that.
Yeah.
But then again, whoever said Masvidal could stuff a takedown? Because yeah, he might be able to
All
stuff
I know
one.
is he can kind of stuff takedowns, but he doesn't really get submitted, only because Damian Maia couldn't do it, and he had Masvidal's back like 5 different times. So.
Yeah, well, exactly. But guess what kept happening? Masvidal just kept getting his back taken. Didn't really turn out into where Masvidal was striking at the end of that fight. Yeah, man. So that was it's been a fun one overall. I had a plug. What was I gonna plug? I was like queuing up a plug and then I don't at all. Oh right. Well, Chris, we forgot to mention that you we haven't talked about any of the well-rounded stuff. So do you have anything not MMA related that you want to give a shout out to this week? People should check out. I mean,
Yes. Thank you. So I don't have cable, right? They finally added this to ESPN Plus, and it was hyped up on different podcasts on social media. I'm on the last episode of The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan documentary.
oh yeah, dude, how good is it?
Fucking great.
Yeah, dude. Also, great pairing with Chris's recommendation for the Last Dance. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, if you own a PS4 and you have PS Plus, you can right now download 2K20. And if you download 2K20, NBA 2K20, you can then create a Michael Jordan build. Just Google Michael Jordan 2K20 build on YouTube, and you can basically play a broken version of that game where you're Michael Jordan dunking on noobs.
Quick question. I imagine they just don't have his rights, or he charges too much money?
No, this is like a career mode version.
Oh, okay, so legally, can you actually play as MJ? Because I think I recall they had him in some
You
older
probably can on like some Ultimate Team bullshit like EA will do. Where,
yeah, because
if
you know
buy
me,
a
I'm
pack
all
or
about
whatever-
the Diamond Dynasty on the show.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It's
they've
like
been
that bullshit, but more expensive.
because you know which cards I would want, bro. I want the steroid players. Give me Barry Bonds. Give me Sammy Sousa.
Oh, well,
give me Mike McGuire.
Yeah, to be fair, I've not fucked with any. So since 2K20 just went up on the PlayStation Store the last like couple days, I have not fucked with any of the Ultimate Team stuff. I'm assuming it's still as predatory as ever, where like it's like timed players, which is like the most offensive shit ever. Shouts out to Philippe in the chat. Yo, Philippe, you guys been killing on the fight site. Yeah, some of the predatory PS4 shit with that has not been great, but big shouts to 2K20 on the career mode thing. It's not nearly as fun as 2K19 career mode. However, the broken Jordan build, if you just Google it, it's so much fun because you're just basically just free dunking on everybody, and it feels like cheating. It's a lot of fun.
Real quick, also shouts out to Sony San Diego and MLB The Show.
Yeah.
Through a short MLB season, they have absolute fire content of free cards. A lot of just free if you grind, but in a non-paying way. There's no pay to win. They've done a tremendous job with the content that you can have on your team.
That's the show 20, right?
Team. Yeah, it's absolutely great. If you're a baseball fan, you love it. Even if you're a sports game fan, you learn to love the show. It's fun. It's frustrating when you play people above your skill level, and I experienced that today. The past couple of days, they had these things called events, right? where they lock in. There's certain stipulations. One of them was you have to have certain card like archetypes, like
Right.
okay, prime and signature, right? I only had a couple, so I had a really badass pitcher. I had like a signature Cole Hamels.
You're playing
from
like
the
a
Phillies.
fucking deck building baseball game
So
right now.
basically, I ended up being paired
the
against
fuck
a
is
3-inning
happening
game.
with video games?
So I played a 3-inning game, right? On Hall of Fame level, which is considered very hard. I play an All-Star, which is considered hard. So I'm like, okay, I've never played in a Hall of Fame. I play some asshole whose team is way better than mine. I still win because and it kind of gives you that but it's fun, man. It's
hilarious.
yeah, it's fun because it's just one of it's more fun experiences I've had playing online because. Yeah, the last game we used to grind was Madden. Madden's garbage, dude.
Yeah.
You're gonna do, the best Ultimate Team, in my opinion, is Diamond Dynasty on the show because there's so much free content. And I've never really played 2K, so I can't speak on their behalf.
2K is fun. I love the career modes for 2K. Like, that's all I play for 2K because I don't play online because I hate playing online in most sports games. So everybody just min-maxes everything and it makes it not a game anymore. It makes it like a fucking, like a strategic sim. Which makes it not fun. Like, it's like every UFC game is just people spamming 1-2s to the body where you're like, okay, we're now like playing a weird fucking farming sim at this point. We're not actually fighting or anything.
And lastly, last well-rounded, Ghost of Tsushima, the brand new PlayStation exclusive, comes out on July 17th. Remit. So I know with PlayStation they make you link your Twitch account. So I'm gonna ask you maybe off camera the best way to do that. Do I just upload all my stuff to YouTube?
What's your Twitch? Do you have a Twitch account?
Yeah, I think it's What a Bummer Man. It's like my old gamer tag from Xbox from years ago that I eventually changed.
Cool. Well, I will link it in the description. And what we can do is you can just stream it directly from your PlayStation to Twitch.
So
really,
my
really
biggest
easy.
question to you is, since I will be streaming, so I have a headset,
you can always,
right? Like I have the.
Yep.
Well, it'll include my audio in the options, I imagine, right?
Yep.
So on Twitch, since I don't have premium, I have regular. Does it save my broadcast, or is it like a 24-hour span? Because I know some of them.
Either way, if you are
I'm thinking YouTube might be the play though too.
Well,
because I could always just upload my stuff to YouTube.
You could do both.
Because I have a YouTube channel.
I was gonna say like you should be able to at least worst case you can always download your video from Twitch and upload it to YouTube or something.
Okay, well I will talk to you.
Yeah, we'll talk off
camera
we'll talk
because I want your advice on that, how I could do it. Because I know you used to be big into your content on your Genghis Khan on YouTube, man, and I want to do something like that for my homies who want to watch Ghost of Tsushima gameplay, and I'm happy to do basically a commentary live or pre-recorded gameplay.
Yeah.
I think that'd be kind of fun because I've never done that, and
that'd
I think
be fun,
that'd be kind of
man.
interesting.
Yeah, for sure. We'll set that up, and that's hilarious that you shouted out the Genghis Khan thing because I don't think I've ever said that on air. But actually, that actually segues beautifully into my honorable mention for this week, or my well-rounded rather non-MMA related stream. Yo, my guy Adam Macadocious, aka Adam L, aka the highest host on Twitch. If you guys go to Twitch and you look up highest host, and it's what it sounds like, my dude Adam is on there just smoking all the weed and hanging out. And I've known him we were talking last night actually on Twitch. I've known him for over a decade now, it turns out, I think, or like at least 8 years or 9 years probably. I used to intern way back in the day. This is probably the first time I actually talked about this in depth. But I used to intern way back in the day on a show called The Podcast with Manny Blunts. This is, Jesus, when I was in fucking college and like wasn't even 21 at the time probably. But yeah, man, if you guys are looking for like a dude who just smokes hella weed and is a fucking sweetheart and is real fun and funny as hell. Actually, you guys, if you listen to our 420 episode, you've heard him rap Elton John, "We Didn't Start the Fire." It's Elton John did "We Didn't Start the Fire," right? Or is it Billy Joel?
I can't. I don't even know.
Wait, hold on.
They both play piano. I don't know.
Start the fire. Pass that burn. Don't last my turn. Billy
Sounds
Joel.
like-
It is
I
Billy
was gonna
Joel.
say I would have guessed Billy Joel, but
Well, and I only know the Adam McIntosh's version because it's way funnier. But yeah, no. You guys heard him actually on the 420 episode if you listen to the intro and outro song. But super great dude. Lives in LA. If you guys are in LA, he's a bud hitter out there, and you can absolutely get some herb off him if you're in LA. But just a good dude, and I wanted to give him a big ass plug because highest host on Twitch. Like, his chats are a great fucking time, man. It's just a bunch of people hanging out, smoking weed, being fucking positive, and it's a lot of fun, man. I'm with it. And also, just like, yeah, really nice guy. It's hilarious. He just got on Twitch. He kept making fun of me. He's like, Genghis, you've been on... yeah, by the way, Genghis. You've been on Twitch since 2013. Why didn't you tell me about this? I was like, oh, shit. I guess I have been on Twitch since, like, 2013 or earlier. Let's see. Some other well-roundeds that I had is If the Shoes Fit, PR advice for Permit Karen and Mary Trump. You guys actually heard that on the intro this week. I should have brought this up earlier. Oh boy, Eugene S. Robinson, Alexi Old, and John Nash had maybe the greatest intro this week. Chris, you heard that for the first time live. How'd you feel about it?
I thought it was great.
Fucking John Nash is it's why I like that show. It was not MMA related really, other than the great Dana White joke at the end of it by John Nash about the fucking, well, we gotta figure out how to combine Dana White and the power. But it just man, that show is underrated. The Doug Stanhope podcast, episode 400, is really, really good. Highly recommend that. And then I mentioned NBA 2K20 is on PS Plus, and EA UFC 4, the announcement trailer should be tomorrow. If you guys go and look, if you Google EA UFC 4 beta, you should be able to sign up for either PS4 or Xbox, and you should be able to, I'm guessing tomorrow when they announce that, they're going to say the beta's open to everybody who signed up.
So, by the way, should we just tell everyone who's supposed to be on the cover?
Oh, yeah, we should mention that. It's supposed to be... Go ahead.
It's supposed to be Jorge Masvidal and Israel Adesanya.
That's right, which means Jorge Masvidal is doomed tomorrow.
And if he wins, that means either he's going to be like a Patrick Mahomes and where you shatter the curse, and that means he's welterweight champion for a long time, which I don't fucking know. Doubt it, because this isn't football. Either way, it'd be good for his image. It'd be better. Because the rumor I saw on Reddit that someone tried to leak is that one of the biggest features of UFC 4 is there will be backyard fighting
mode. Yeah,
backyard fighting mode. You could fight in a backyard.
That's the big rumor. If you look at the trailer that EA put out, the 10-second teaser, it's basically a shot of a backyard and a shot of like a cage/island, if I remember right.
Yeah.
It's like
and by the way, one more thing,
shit.
Chris, have you ever played any of the Far Cry series?
Yeah, 3 mostly is my favorite.
Okay.
So I'm one of the weirdos who played 1 through 3.
Okay, see, I
Not
started
3
with
through
3
6, yeah.
admittedly, and I played 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
By the way, 6 got leaked, right? Okay. What you would like is 6. The main villain of 6 is actor Giancarlo Esposito, also known as Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, which is great.
Okay.
He's the main villain. It takes place in Cuba, or Yara Island. Which is
Okay.
And the secondary villain is Voss.
Okay,
it's a
I'm
prequel,
back in.
and he's a kid, and you get to
Fuck
play as him.
yes.
Yeah, so Far Cry 6 is being announced on Sunday. Dude,
if somebody doesn't get Masvidal in that game, they are so fucking up.
Yeah, because the best news about it is I played Far Cry 5, and the only reason why I got it was in Montana, which is great for the fishing and the hunting, but it's full-on co-op. You can play with a homie on Xbox or PS4. It's honestly one of the best game experiences I've ever had in co-op, because you literally play all the missions. Co-op is confirmed back for Far Cry 6. So you have a buddy of yours that you can drink with or smoke with while playing that. I 1000% recommend. The villain was fine. He's a psycho motherfucker, and that's kind of like their...
Yeah, but like, no Voss. He ain't no Voss. Yeah, nobody's been Voss since Voss, right?
Yeah, no. And the reason why I'm stoked on the new one is because you got Giancarlo Esposito, and now you're telling me it's a prequel, so he basically made Voss, so he's got to be pretty good. So if it's true about Voss being in the game. So and it's in Cuba. Like, come on, that's pretty sick. So,
Dude, should be tight, man.
yeah.
Well,
So check out. Yeah, Ubisoft is having a presentation for all their new games on Sunday.
yeah, and the Ubisoft presentations are always the craziest. Also, good luck not letting the horrible news about games industry dissuade you from it. Because, oh god, if you guys think the MMA industry is riddled with fucking terrible people. Oh boy, is the video game industry riddled with terrible people. Shouts out to most of IGN. Or at least that had so back in the day. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, you just
All right,
can't, you can't escape.
I'm gonna
it.
get going because I gotta piss my pants and. Wow, we almost ran 4 hours today.
Dude, yeah, it's been a real ass episode today, Chris. I feel like we needed it though. It was cathartic.
We went after some people we had to go after though too, to be fair.
And not only that, I feel like it was cathartic. Like we had so many podcasts to talk about, we had so many fights to talk about. Like we it's been a long time since we actually previewed a card. I feel like this is exactly the episode we needed to have. So maybe I'll do this. I'll put this up as a 2-parter.
That's probably the safe bet.
Probably the way to do it. We'll see. But in the meantime, everybody can go check us out, thesoundofviolence.com, tsovpod@gmail.com. Like always, we do put up every single link of every single show we talk about. And if I ever forget one, please let me know. Tweet us and I'll put it up there if I ever fuck that up. But yeah, we not only in the show description on the podcast feed you're listening to, since some podcast catchers are really bad at transmitting that data. So if you ever have trouble finding the show notes, you can always go to thesoundofviolence.com. We do have full show notes with clickable links that are hopefully really easy to use. Also, one of these days I'll make it look like that website is not from the 1980s. But, you know, low priority. But man, we love you guys. We miss you. It's been a heck of a couple weeks, and I'm gonna be honest. This is the first UFC card in a while that, despite it, I'd like to be. First off, Chris, congratulations for neither of us referring to this as anything other than a peninsula this week.
Oh, if you ask
we didn't
me,
even
if
bring
I
it
look
up.
at the Wikipedia page, it's Fight Rory Island.
Fight Rory Island.
And it looks like a Pokemon gym.
Oh, 100%. Imagine if Universal
Pokemon Island is what they should have called it, and they probably would have sold a couple more pay-per-views.
Yeah, no, this is basically the Smodcast Fight Club. Is my point. It's just happening at fucking the fucking Universal. What do they call their terrible Hollywood walk thing? Their fucking Disney walk thing. I can't remember. I had such a good Kevin Smith joke, Locked and Loaded, and then I completely butchered the name of the fucking City Walk. God damn it, that would have worked well. Anyway, my point is, we will be back next week for fights that are theoretically happening. Although, who knows? Maybe we will infect the entire country of Abu Dhabi, and then we will not have fights after this. We'll find out later. But in the meantime, you guys can, like I said, you guys can check us out at TSOVPod or thesoundofviolence.com. And yeah, go support the people we support. Also, you know what? Free advertisement. Everybody go buy some shit from Chris Rini. Chris, CHRISRINI.com. Chris Rini, you guys would know from selling fine art prints and being not only the oh god, what did they refer to him as on the vivisection? I want to say Fight Gopher, but that's so wrong. It's not the Fight Gopher at all. Combat Wombat. The Fight Gopher. Combat Wombat.
It's
as
amazing.
well. Yeah, it's completely fucked that. I'm glad I fixed that one. But also just being a great individual and like really standing up for what he believes in. Man, like that's why I love artists like Chris and Bobby Fukalo. A lot of guys like that. They are the loudest and I would argue some of the most important voices in our community. So big shots to them, and go buy some art from some cool ass fucking people. I actually just bought the dope art print from Chris Rini where he has Chris, I've showed you this before. It's the king card where it's the king as John Jones stabbing himself in the head. You know what I'm talking about? Or maybe it's the Jack.
I think it's the Jack one. That rings a bell. I don't know about the name, but I remember some sort of card stabbing itself. I do like the visual, but I don't remember any of the names.
Yeah, you would know it if you saw it, but it's a fucking beautiful print. And he has a whole bunch of stuff, so go give Chris Rainey some love. And yeah, I don't know, Chris, I'm just rambling at this point. I'm having a great time. I guess I should mention, I have been drinking the Wild Barrel Peach Cobbler, which is the Imperial Pastry Sour. I think I've actually had this before on the show. It's pretty good.
Nice.
But honestly, though, everybody go stop what you're doing and go get the Black Project Archer if you can, because it's fucking one of the best beers I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, send me a picture of that if you can. At least
Dude,
I can.
I'm going to do that right after this because, oh my God, it's blowing my mind. But
I will. That's it for me. I gotta go piss.
Same.
So.
Well, I like how that's always the way we end this show, Chris. It feels like it's really ties the room together, you know?
Yeah.
Or at least it used to before you peed on it. All right. Well, on that note, we are out of here. And until next time, everybody, enjoy UFC 251, a.k.a. UFC Abu Dhabi, a.k.a.
UFC Pokemon Island, aka UFC Fight Rari Island.
Yeah, Fight Rari Island. It's not an island. It means like fucking. It's like calling.
AKA UFC 251. That's it.
Yeah. Also, hashtag Bellator had the first Fight Island. It was. Apart from Costa. Okay, you're right. That's gonna be a long conversation. Anyway, we out. Light.
Liked by the sound of violence.
We'll be right back.